Well, welcome back. Here we go. It is the PPD All-Stars weekend. This is the weekend before the TOC. We're almost there, but before we make it, I'm Ryan Mooneyham, your play-by-play commentator today with none other than Steve Hilger, a.k.a. Mr. Porky himself on the
Yes,
comms today.
sir.
How are we doing, Porky?
Ham and pork, right? Team ham and pork.
Ham
Mooney
and
ham and
pork. I
pork.
like it.
Yes, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Keep it all in the same animal, right?
Yeah, there we go. So, Porky, how have you been? How's the darts been flying?
Man, doing good. They're flying. You know, that's the one thing I never do is give up, and I have faith in them sometimes, and sometimes they let me down, just like everybody else. But it's not gonna stop me. I'm still gonna be out there. So it's good. It's going good.
Well, speaking of being out there, we're opening up with Mr. Brett Holiday, Corey Beck, and their partner Gina, which apologize, I don't know your last name, taking on Chris, Felix, and Shane. And this is a Division II match. We're on the winner's side, so we're going to be playing some cricket. So, Porky, when you're ready, let's get this thing underway.
I am ready, and Gina is actually married to Brett, so that should make it easy for us.
Okay, well, there you go. So you know that I'm bad about butchering names. I do my best to call it out with that Ozark accent that I carry.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, honestly, it's a toss up between you and Will on butchering names, but I couldn't even pick a favorite if that was even a competition. So.
Well, speaking of competition, if you're joining us for the first time or need a reminder what's going on, this is a triple elimination tournament today. 3 people per team. There's a 12-point cap based on your cricket average. They will play 2 out of 3 in cricket on the winner's side until we get to the king seat match. Then we go into the loser side, which we'll talk about that when we get into that. And then there's always a one last chance to stay in the matches or win it all.
And this one, they're jumping out to a pretty big lead right here with that team of Brett, Casey, and or Corey. Why did I say Casey? I can't read. See, I'm sitting here talking about how you butcher names. I had different letters in that one, man. So Brett, Corey, and Gina coming off to a very big lead right off the bat.
So we know that Corey Beck is our Division II CSC Challenger Series winner. Brett Holiday has been playing for a while. We know Gina is, you said, married to him.
Yes.
I'm assuming you probably tossed some tungstens against these folks.
Absolutely. I actually, Brett was actually one of my opponents in CSC Division II this season. So I think it was this season. Yeah, had to be this season. I think he was my second match in. So I think I played Bob Anderson first, and then Brett, and then Chrissy, and then Jake Smith this last one.
Oh, very good. Well, after the match, we got 157 plays 54. Beck's team's got 3 houses open, forcing Shane into the 16s or 15s.
They're really going to have to. Oh, go ahead. I
was going to say, not able to get the first start to fall, but like you said, they're going to have to do some work here.
Absolutely. And this is just game 1 anyways, right? So there's time.
Yeah, we got plenty of time in cricket, and you know that. However, you don't want to get behind too quickly, especially with this game.
Yeah, and with the way Brett's been shooting, it's just he's been on fire lately. He's getting back to where he used to be.
Chris forced to the bowls. Does manage just 3, but Gina 2 to win to start game 2.
That's a tough one.
So tell me sometimes with the dynamics with triples teams, what is some of the challenges that you faced as a player in a triples match?
You know, honestly, you get so used to it seems like most people are going to play the doubles leagues and all that in TOC. So then when you do transition to like a triples format, you're waiting that extra period of time. Sometimes for some people, I mean, not me, but sometimes it might get in your head that, all right, now I got to wait a little bit longer, and that could really affect your throw too. So you could probably see your own average go down a little bit. But, I think for the most part, everybody, I mean, I love triples. I don't mind it. 4-person team gets a little slow, but I mean, as long as it's darts, I don't care how many people are on my team. I just love playing it.
First leg goes to Brett, Corey, and Gina. And then loser starts in this format for leg 2. So Casey, Felix, or Chris, Felix, and Shane will start leg 2.
Just wanted to jump on here real quick to give some context for my Florida team here. Is very familiar with these guys. In fact, Felix Garcia and I were on the same team for an event a couple of years ago for Vegas. So played together, and Chris Tripole used to go over to Felix's house to play random pickup games, and kept enjoying it more and more, and got tired of losing $5 games to me and Felix and our other friend Tim, and picked up the game, and has been making a big push. And of course, Shane Watson, CSE participant.
There you go.
Excellent news, Mr. DeShera.
Thank you for stepping in, because I wouldn't be able to repeat that, and I wouldn't have known that.
Me neither. Well, the Team Garcia has the 20s, as we would call the high ground.
Oh,
not able to capitalize, but 5. Do you think you should have closed the 19 on darts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was at 140, and just a single mark. With Gina coming up, she's just gonna try to stay on those 19s all day. I definitely wouldn't have left that for her.
Forcing a third player into a new house may be a little more difficult for teams. But I think sometimes we get a little too weary of the pointing status.
Yeah.
But I will share you what one player said to me is sometimes they set their teams up. One is the aggressor and one is the defense, which is basically always putting points up, keeping them defended just in case the next person comes up for the 9 mark. You don't know how the team dynamics are set up from these guys.
Oh yeah, and that's a good strategy. Absolutely. Especially if you have a player on your team that may be better at the bottom of the board versus the top of the board. You want to set them up. There's a lot of times where if I know my partner's strong number is a 17, I'm not going to go up there and close the 18s. I'm going to close the 17s to give them that advantage on their turn, instead of forcing them to hit a number that they're not as strong on.
Chipotle closes the 19s, adds the 20. Hollanday forced into the 18s or 17s.
I think he's going to unload on those 18s. He tore me up on that number when I played him.
Does manages 5. Some of those situations. Sometimes on those 18s, that could have been a situation for 2 chip 18s. Maybe take the pot shot to the 20 to get rid of it.
Yep. And Felix is playing pretty aggressive, with, not really aggressive. I get, with Gina coming up and, because I think the triples is set up where the first player is the highest average one. And then it goes by average the way they set up the lineup and all that. I'm not sure if you could even change that.
You can't change the order when you're in game. You can do it at the very start of the match. It's the only time you're allowed to do it for the triples. What's interesting when you guys see Felix throw, we always jokingly called him like a Rain Man because he legitimately doesn't think. He drinks tequila, he throws darts, he has never once thought about strategy or anything else, and he will openly admit this. But he goes up and even watch next time Felix goes up, the way he kind of twists his wrist as he pulls back to still be able to be accurate and stay between a 3-5 and 4-5 range makes it very interesting and something hard to do. And I would not recommend to try to replicate his form.
Unless you're Matt Graff, right?
Well, Matt Graff
Matt's got an interesting throw. Triple A only managed 2 in the last round. Here comes Hollanday. Only manages 3. Needed a triple to fall. Close shot out of Garcia here. And that is quite a round the board we go with a big old 7 mark.
That is a big one. Completely different swing from the first game, for sure.
We talk about momentum all the time on the commentary and streams. You and I have been in those opportunities and have seen on screens how a
Mhm.
momentum shot can change the whole complexity of this game. Had
Oh, yeah.
Garcia missed on the 16s, the other team opens up the 16th hard, could have switched this game. But that trip
Yep.
16, trip 15 bulls are shot set up this round right here.
But, even with that missed dart, that's that double bull curse. How many times have we done that? Hit the double bull the first dart and then go miss.
And why is that?
I don't know. And we didn't even mention it, so we can't even call a commentator's curse on that.
No. But how many times you go first start double bull? All right, I just need one, and it's outside.
Yeah, it could just be laziness on our parts. When we hit that double bull, we're like, all right, cool. I just need one more. Oh, I missed. All right, let me get this one in there, and then you're trying to force that third one in.
Garcia, the lead player with a 5-6-7 the last leg. We will go to the last leg decider. Just remember, it's 2 out of 3 before we get to the king seat. They will cork. If you're new to watching this play, the cork is best 3 darts out of the first player from each team. High score will start the match.
And if it's a tie, then player 2s get the diddle and take their shot at it. Ooh.
That's a good cork, but could be a tough one.
Yeah, if Shane keeps his darts straight, it should be all right.
I'd like to apologize to anybody that tuned in the first 5 minutes of the show where the title was still Luke Pritzel versus Mike Maloney. My bad, Luke. my bad.
All right, here we go. Deciding leg. It'll be Brett, Corey, and Gina to start.
And that was the thing, is like he had that he just had to keep it straight on the last dart, and it's straight over there to the 111. Oh, those diddles are just so important. I almost would have went left side of the board.
I thought that too. I mean, it was 418 to 406, so it was about a 14-point spread. Well, it was about a 17-point spread.
Yeah, he hit the trip 5, so that left him that gave him 95, and he had 80. Yeah, just keep it straight, or even drop down to 19 or something. But it's happened to all of us. No worries.
4 on the turn. Watson to the 19s.
Shane's gonna have to make a statement on these 19s.
Doves grab 5. Hollanday looks to trip the 20. Will he make the move on dart 2 or stay true to the 20s?
No, I think he's going to stay true on the 20s, especially with it being the tiebreaker. Oh, then there you go, and there's one wrong for me.
Let's get our scoreboard going on commentator misses.
Yeah, that's just so unpredictable, right?
Well, that's the complexity of triples.
Yeah,
You get to where we're playing singles. We both kind of know what each other's going to do. When you're playing triples, you don't know what their third player is going to do or their opener is going to do. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Dart player number 2 may bomb the 9 mark. You never know.
Yeah, and not only that, but the commentators don't know what they're going to do.
80 plays 38. 20 takes on the 18s. Oh, and only manages 1 there. We know Beck's aggressive.
Absolutely. I think he's going to go right at the 18s right off the bat. And I'm wrong again. Well, okay.
Back to 20 on third dart. I'm glad he went to the 20s. I know a lot of people would want to take third dart and try to open 17s. I think that 20 points was more valuable. And I go that the triple 17 wouldn't close a house, but a single 17 wouldn't. It doesn't even equate to that single 20.
I mean, yeah, every single 20 is basically going to be equivalent to 2 marks on any other number. So that was definitely a smart dart and the way to go.
The commentator curse counter is fully active today, folks.
And they're all by me.
Well, not going to lie to you. I've got my fair share.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're gonna catch up. I have faith in you catching up.
Oh, nice big round there. All in the 17s.
That was a huge, huge round.
Holiday looks to stay on the 20s. Not
Ooh.
going to go this time. You take the shot now?
Absolutely. At least the first dart. I would stay down at the 17s. I definitely wouldn't have tried that Maloney double there.
Especially when you got Beck and Holiday coming up. You got Beck right now. He's a
Yep.
monster on the 20s. Single needed.
Yep. And he hits it.
See, that could be a momentum swing for this match.
I believe
got
so.
to go
I mean,
heavy on the 16s right here.
actually, I would go bulls. I mean, they got 2 bulls.
In singles, you definitely can go bulls, but I think in trips you have to still kind of play around so that your partners might not be as comfortable going for the bulls in the scenario.
Yeah. But I mean, see, with Chris and then Felix behind him, that might have been, because he just needed 3 bulls to get to tie the points, and he could have taken a stab at the 20. I don't know. You still got to hit what you're going to go for.
It's great when we hit it. It's terrible when we miss.
Exactly.
If we hit everything all the time, we'd be on the Alley Pally stage. Oh, speaking of
Absolutely.
miss, Chris only leaves 2. Gina, opportunities here to go at the 16s or point to 20.
I would have her load up on the 20s.
As team captain, Porky, with Gina on your team,
Yeah.
you'd say go all 20s and then give it back to your next player.
Which is what she did, so I should get one of those commentator curses subtracted.
Oh,
all right.
Last one.
Feel so much better now.
Good move by him. Back on the second dart. Back to 20. See, that's a monster 9 right there, folks.
Yeah,
monster 9.
That was a good choice to shoot a 9 mark right at that moment. That's what I would have chose.
Yeah, I would have chose the 9 every time. The complexity is that 9 mark. It's 120 points on the turn. You only get 45 for every triple from your 15s.
Yep.
So even with a monster 9 on the 15s, they were staying out in front.
Absolutely. It looks like Brett is getting warmed up. That's going to be a pretty good team here in Division 2.
Now, they're always talking about how we lay out the divisions. The divisions are based on their combined ratings as a team. It doesn't matter known skill level for one certain player. And I'm going to tell you, 3 even level players are more deadly than a high level and a low player. And just
Gina
like
wrapping
that,
it up.
Shot. Gina Hollanday says, "Thank you guys. I'll take it from here."
Yep, and she does it. Pulls them through.
And where are we heading to now? It looks like we got. Who do we got up next, Mr. Deshear?
We got Cooper Olson, Chris, and Sweet going up against Jonathan, Kelly, and Mark. So that's going to be Kelly and Mark Mears and Jonathan Bice. And then we got Cooper Olson, Sweet Fisher, and Chris T. I'm not going to try to butcher her last name.
It looks like this.
Let's let Ryan do it.
Yeah, let's let Ryan do the other thing. Looks like this is a losers bracket match. So the first leg of the losers bracket is cricket. Then loser of leg 1 starts the 501, and then the deciding leg is cricket. And just like that, Cooper Olson, trip 18 to take the win, and we'll go to the deciding leg.
So we're getting in this match during the nitty gritty right here.
We get to call the finale on this one.
I like it.
We'll cork it up. So, Porky, what is your opinion on the 01 and triples?
The one in triples, as far as what? Having it in there in the
Or
format
just,
or
I
playing
know
it?
you've played a lot of it in the triples. Is it a harder game than the cricket?
Um, no, I would say, I mean, uh, see, I was about to use this phrase, a horse apiece, but that, I found out that that was a Milwaukee thing, so not everyone is gonna understand that, but it basically means I think it's just the same. It could go either way. I mean, you're gonna miss bulls. You almost got to hit a ton every round, and your partner has to hit a ton every round. There's really no, how can I say this? Like, there's really no room for mistakes in the 501. Usually it's going to come down to whoever goes first in it. So I think that's what you're asking. I would
Yeah.
prefer to play cricket in the triples, but
Well,
it's
the reason
it's
why
so hard to
I
break the throw in 501 in the
yeah,
triples,
so that's
especially when the loser starts that game.
when you play the triples 501, if you each of your you open up with a hat, but if each of your partner goes 26 or outside single bull, and then they go
Yeah,
low ton, low ton, low ton. It is so hard to get there. Where in cricket, you can battle your way back from a lower number by loading up points.
exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. It's and with this format, the first game being cricket, and then the loser starting the 501 for the second game. It's almost like we're trying to guarantee a tiebreaker, basically, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. Mirrors to the 18s. It likes to go down to the 17s. Only manages 2.
Now,
If your
Chris
ties
here.
into do you attack the 17s? Well, she did.
Ooh, I'm glad she shoots fast because she saved me from getting another notch on the commentator's curse here, or not even commentator's curse, but just a wrong comment, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, she's got only 2 marks on the 17s. Do you attack it or do you go get the bigger house? I mean, it's one of those little pivotal things for you're playing as a triples team, not as an individual.
Yes, exactly.
And Mark doesn't go at the 18s either. He moves to the 16s. Does he
No,
not realize it's not open?
that's
It's
what I'm
open.
wondering. When I saw that, I was like, maybe he thought that since the 17s were closed, he didn't bother looking up at the 18 and thought they were already closed. So Cooper is going to capitalize on that.
I wouldn't say that move forced my team into the lower segment, giving up 2 higher houses, but I mean, that was a tough 2 mark on 16s.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, wow. I think Mark just didn't look up at the 18 to see if it was open.
Sweet single 17 starts the 16s.
But the good thing
40.
is that it's never over till it's over. And Kelly and Mark, and they're great shots. They're more than capable of coming back from this. One more would do some good here.
Looks like when she lunged, she pulled it to the other side of that shot.
Yeah.
Boy, Chris is a 17 hitting machine.
Yes, she is. It's probably why she elected to go after the 17s instead of the 18 with her first time when she closed them.
Yeah, you talked about earlier about playing as a team, and if you've got a person on your team that's comfortable with the lower board, you may open that lower board early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cooper looks to get rid of the 16s. And over to the 15s. Does mark it, but he gets the damage done, gets rid of the 16, forces Bice into the 15s, try to get back in this leg.
He's going to have to fill that thing up, which is not going to happen this time.
That's a nice turn.
Wow.
That's almost a guaranteed turn shot there with 215s.
Absolutely. I would have went bull, but I get it.
Well, you're playing triples, remember, and I always talk about if I know the person, my partner's coming up behind me and he's red hot, I like to put gasoline on the fire and give him a blazing shot.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunities to do what he's been doing, not force him into covering me.
Yep. But with Cooper, one of those people behind you, I would try to give him at least a bullseye or something in case he misses.
We know Chris has been a 17 hitting machine. Goes to the bull.
Look at that. Look at that. Takes
and look
the
at
win.
that fist pump, baby.
Wow.
Single bull, double bull game shot. Look at that fist pump.
She shot very well in that game. She was the deciding factor in that one. She shot very big.
I know this team right here on the stream. That is South 94 Bistro, St. Louis. Jerry Dickey in the foreground. By the way, we might be here a minute. I love Jerry today, but man, he plays slow. Anybody need to run to the restroom? Pop some popcorn? Oh, come on, Jerry. You got it, buddy.
Yeah, we have a Jerry here in Milwaukee that's even slower than that.
We can complain about his slowness, but that is a monster 7 for his team.
Yep, if he's hitting what he needs to hit, he could run that clock down to 1. It doesn't matter, right?
Are you a rhythm player, or can you flow with a player's pace?
I am not a rhythm player just because of that was something that I didn't want to get into when I was first learning how to play, because there's so many variables that can interrupt that rhythm. Obviously, if you've seen my last couple CSE matches, you would understand why I'm not a rhythm player. And so, it's anything can disrupt that rhythm and throw you off. And I'm glad that I am not a rhythm player.
I think we all start out as some sort of rhythm, and we let sounds and noises and everything bother. I got to have music. I got to have the right thing in my pocket. I got to have the right drink. But I think as we season, we get so used to different backgrounds, different lights on boards, different tournaments, traveling aspects, that we kind of get into more of a go with the flow kind of player.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the hardest things that I learned over the years was being able to reset myself. Like if something did happen, like if I dropped a dart or somebody yelled something as I was shooting, it was hard for me at first to just stop and reset myself. Most of the time I would try to force that dart in. But now, over the last couple years and all that, it's resetting myself is like one of my biggest things that I'm glad that I finally learned and got under control. So
does that reset also go with a mental reset?
Yes, absolutely. And that's still the hardest part.
I will tell you, the players that I see that didn't have the first dart or the second dart go, they want that pull off the line, take a deep breath, shake out their shoulders, come up and throw the third dart. That reset could be the deciding on the leg.
Absolutely, yeah. And especially in cricket, if we did a thing a long time ago, Sean Dykes, who's a player that used to play up here in Illinois, we would sit there and we would watch how many of the top shots. So we would count how many marks they miss, whether it's a single and all that stuff. And you'd be amazed, like every single dart really does make a difference. Like, even though you're shooting like a 5 something, you're still missing like even the little singles, and you have like 12 missed marks. And when you think about it, that's a lot of marks to miss in cricket. So it's I don't
Metalberg's
know
got
where
a
the
lot of
hell I
work
was
to
going
do.
with
Needs to
that.
mark
I
a
had a
bunch of
point,
bulls.
but started watching the match and lost my train of thought. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
I mean, every single dart counts, and you know, to be able to reset yourself and mentally and physically, no matter what interruption happened at the line, it is going to make a big difference whether you win or not.
And speaking of win, there's a bullseye. Jerry Dickey, the team out of 94 Bistro, St. Louis, takes the leg. Looks like they're going. Looks like it's a winner side bracket.
Winner's
Playing
side,
cricket
yes,
on leg
sir.
number 2.
That's what I was just going to ask. Are they going in the 0-1 or are they going in the cricket?
I'm going to go check the stats on my wife, see if she's going to be home early or not. Give me a moment. She's going to yell at me for saying that. You know, when you enter these triples and this triple elimination, they ask you, how did you play? I was like, I was home by 3 o'clock. That's all I ever say.
No, you know what I miss is I think we got to send some shots over there for Dave so we could get one of his drunk midnight posts. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
Drunk Dave posts. And by the way, he does not like the owner of the Rams. FYI.
No. Yeah. Maybe he'll post about that then. Let's send him some shots.
Well, when you're a season ticket holder for the St. Louis Rams and you watch your team leave, and then you basically get screwed on money in the end, you kind of get a little salty at there too.
Oh yeah, I will equate that to the buffet closing down early before their posted hours.
You've been here 4 hours. You need to go home.
Porky Food Talk 1. Oh my God. All that proves is that I'm way behind right now.
You know, when Rakowski was playing that CSC Challenger Series, we were actually counting how many times you were eating. It seemed like you were nervously eating.
You know, no, I was just hungry eating. That was it. I was just snacking. So it was yeah, I didn't even realize that it was going to be the whole stream. You know, I was getting full at the end, and I'm glad that they did go to the tiebreaker. Man, that was a long time of eating, wasn't it? I think I slowed down at the end. I slowed down at the end because so my jaw gets hurt or like sore from chewing so much. And by the time I got to the onion rings, they were cold. And I don't know. I just don't like cold onion rings. So I was kind of just slowing down, and yeah, onion rings.
Speaking of not slowing down, Madison 4 on the 18s, takes a shot, gets rid of the 20, pushes Mellenberg to try to close his 18s. That might be a good shot there. I mean, they were down in points. Another chip 18 would only put him at 205. He got rid of the 20s. And are we having some issues here, maybe trying to close that 18? That's a teammate move by Mr. Dave Madison.
That was. And that was a good switch by him going down to the 17s. But, you know, it's only a good move if Matt can capitalize on it here.
Odds to the 18s.
That's
grab 6. Pretty darn good job there.
I mean, for Cheryl here, I'd go right down to those 17s and try to close that house and get my party the exact. Oh, yes. I called it. I called it correctly. Get one triple in there. But that's good. That makes Jerry think a little. Is he going to try to take a stab at it if he happens to hit a trip 18 his first start. Who knows? Is he going to even look at the 17?
Nope, wants down the 18s. You might go now. He's going to ask his team. So that's a team player right there.
He's
Go
asking.
get the
He's
17s.
asking.
What would you do? You're Jerry Dickey on line right now, and you got this third dart. What do you throw?
And who's coming up after me? Adam. I'm definitely Adam's next. No, I'm staying at the 18. Just like
Borky calls it 7 mark on the 18s out of Jerry Dickey. Good shot.
Adam,
good call.
Adam is no slouch.
So you heard it here. Know who's coming up behind you before you make some of those decisions.
Yep. Got to know your opponent, and you got to know your teammates.
Madison gets rid of the 17s.
And I was just going to say he's going to go 18. And he's going 16 there. All right, there he goes. My prediction would have been all wrong on that round.
I honestly thought he would go trip 18 first dart.
Correct.
2 dart 3 work the 17s. That was my prediction.
Same here. Same here.
Only manages 3 on the 16s. Odds last time up, 2 trip 18s. And do you like that move to the 15?
Not at all. I like that move though. On the trip
manage
18.
4 18s for you though. So he's your partner. Goes to the 15 when the 16 house is open and you got an opportunity to close it. But he misses, but then he gives you 4 18s. So you forgive that first start?
I forgive him anyways, because if it was a tournament where I picked my partner, I picked them for a reason. So in a blind draw, I'd be like, what were you thinking? But he did good. He did good.
You'll look to stay there. And that is a monster turn.
And Jerry didn't take as much time on that round. So, interesting.
I mean, it could be the fact of the sometimes a player that starts a little slow tries to get into the flow of the game, and then they pick up speed through it. Others will slow down to make sure it's the right shot in their head.
Yeah. Yep. And that's that's a nice little trick. Like when I would play against some of the rhythm shooters, I wouldn't call it cheating. It's more of a mental battle. But when you get them in their rhythm, and you go up there, you pull your darts, you grab all 3, and you get out of their way, and they're right there at the line ready to shoot. Well, if they're shooting good, what you do is you go up there, and instead of pulling all 3 of your darts out at the same time, you pull them out one by one. And then that breaks their rhythm because they're standing at the line, and that could affect their shot to your advantage. Now, I'm not telling everybody to do that, but if you do, it's a pretty good idea because it's not really cheating.
Well, one of the things that I know, if I've got a player that's red hot, I can tell that's really in a good pace, I'll slow my approach.
Yes. Yep.
I may take a second to look at the score. Sometimes, I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I'm blind as a bat with his glasses. Sometimes I do step across the line to look at the scores, and then I pull back because I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, what am I going to do here? Because this guy's red hot. And then unbeknownst is I'm playing a little bit slower than I was in the previous nine darts.
Yeah, see, I go a step further. I ask them if they hold their breath or if they breathe when they shoot. Hopefully they start thinking about that. I tell them, you're shooting good, but I notice you're locking your knee when you go up there to shoot. And then they,
Hey, did you see that elbow pop out?
Yeah, I know. Huh?
To the 18s is Dickey. He does stay there. Only manages 1. Half key. Trip the 15. Take the 18 shot right here.
Absolutely.
Opportunities to change the leg, change the dynamics of this leg.
I'd go up at it now. And he tried. Ooh, is the risk worth the reward? I would say so. I would have went out. Yeah. I would
Single
have went up to
18
the
would
18.
have left you a single 18 to pop the 15s for 2 marks.
Yep.
Wow, 1 point lead. You need 2 to close.
2 singles. You got this, Dave.
Added some
Single 18
15s to
does
bulls.
nothing. I'm going at the bull. Oh, yeah.
And he does
There we
trip.
go.
He does manage to trip 18. Now, a single 18 would have really not. You are correct. Single 18 would have done
Yep.
nothing. It would only had 19 points. It wouldn't have
Unless
changed
you
the
trip it.
complexity of the bulls.
Absolutely. Yep. So that did make a difference.
6-19 plays 5-6-4. Odd leads the bulls. Still has the 18s to work with.
Yeah, well, I mean, they need 6 bulls to get a point lead. So they're 9 marks behind, basically. I'd just go at the bulls all day if I was Matt.
Single 18 does no help.
Nope, not at all.
If you're going to point and you're down, if you're getting 18 points a turn, it doesn't create the bull. You got to think you got to going to waste 2 darts at this. So is that pointing really as magical as that double bull he threw on dart 3?
Yep.
I hate to be the devil's advocate here, but the only counter argument is just with triples, especially with it being flighted, all the different levels and different range of abilities on each team. That yes, in singles, if a single doesn't add a bull, there's not much point in going at it unless you're going for 2 darts. But you're enabling your partner to have an easier shot, as it looks like this one just got finished up here.
Yep. It is, and it's almost yeah, the strategies, I'm always thinking singles or doubles, and I have that confidence in my partner, and like friends like Garrett and I, if we shoot these triples, we're usually picking someone up just because of their average, and 9 out of 10 times it's someone that we've never shot with, don't really watch them shoot, so we don't know how to read them right off the bat. But that's going to play a factor in these triple events also.
I think triples is one of the harder events to play. I mean, it's you get 1 in every 6, and it's all about the team dynamics.
Yep.
And just to give a more specific reference, right? So you guys were talking about the shot where you saw Dave hit that trip 18, hit the trip 15, 118 doesn't add a bull. If he trips the 18, obviously that's great, right? But let's assume he hits a single. That means if the opponent's hit 4 bulls, his partner that only hit the 1 dart at the bull only needed to hit 118 to make sure their opponent had a harder game shot. So that's why I'm saying it affects a little differently than it would in singles. Strategy is flawless, boys.
Yep. I'm actually excited about TOC being all triples. It's going to be interesting.
I think we're going to see some different winners each time because of the dynamics.
I think so too. Hopefully, well, I mean, I would love to see the same winners as long as I'm on that team, but we'll see. I'm pretty confident.
You didn't go to Shark Tank this year to defend any titles. Back to the match.
Yeah, and did I pick a good year not to go? Steak specials were out on Friday.
Yeah.
No steak specials on Friday. Man, if my timing couldn't be any better, I'm glad it was this year.
Single bull needed. Ooh, 9 on dart 2. Does manage 16 on dart 3. Cody Kaiser needs lots of bullseyes here. Oh, got closer. Double bull would have gave him
Yeah.
game-winning shot. Owen.
There it is. Ouch. Was that a 0.33 I saw up there?
I didn't see what it was.
Yeah, it was a 0.33 I saw up there.
Here we go. Leg number 2. 7:01. Loser will start.
Brandon
Bull,
Neal,
open in, open out.
Brandon Neal, professional darts commentator, commenting in chat. What's the over under on food references? Mooney, can you give the line on Porky's food references today? We're already at 4.
7.5, folks.
I'll take
7.5.
I'll
Why is
because I'm going to initiate it.
Yeah. I would take the over on plates at a buffet if you gave me a 7.5.
I'm sorry, but if it was a Chinese buffet, I think I could go with you, hang with you, but I don't know about regular buffets.
Oh man, you know what's ironic about that is I do have fried rice ready for me for when I get hungry.
We're at food talk number 5.
Yeah, you're losing that 7 or whatever ridiculous number you came up with.
Well, it's like Will's first week of the CSC Challenger Series.
Yeah.
10 9 marks.
Yeah.
And we were done with 10 in 2 games. Here we go. 7:01. 5:32 takes on 4:48. Only manages 7. Not able to do anything in there. I need a bull for 50. Harwell out in front with 4:48. Scores that low ton. We were talking about that low ton dynamics.
Yeah,
When you have Murkowski as your partner, he throws a low ton, you want to kick him in the knee. Like, where's that come from? Where's your bull? Where's your hat?
And I have. You know, it's I tell him if he misses, he owes me lunch, and he knows how much that costs.
You can have a hat trick. 150 on the board, 357, taking on 340.
And these low tons are really going to make a difference in the 501 game in this triples. You got to at least get one bull around.
There's a bull around. Low ton would have been awesome. Hat trick would have really put him way out in front. 326 can come back with a low ton or hattie here.
Oh, that's sitting pretty though.
He did rush that third dart. You notice that?
Yes.
I see a lot of players when they throw in the 0-1 full bull, go bullseye, and they chuck that third dart so fast because they're excited to hit that hat trick and they let it sail.
So many times that happens. All right, at least he's in the out territory, so that's good. Even better.
Nice low ton leaving a doable 97. We know what West did last time was a hat trick. Does he look to do it again?
I think he's going to go for the high ton, for the 151. Hat trick, that triple 11 or that leaving the 33 is just such a bad number for me, I should say. I don't know about anyone else.
14?
Yeah, I hate that triple 11.
Manages to leave 20. Trip 19 for the win. and to secure their spot in the next round.
Steal this one. 3 fat singles. Oh.
And just like that, he pulled it.
I hate when that happens. It's almost like you go up there and you're just at least me personally, I just take it for granted sometimes. Like, oh yeah, okay, I got this. 2 fat singles. That's why those are the hardest to hit sometimes.
I talk about being too much green, like on a pool table, or too easy of a putt on a golf course.
Yeah.
It's the mental side of it.
Yeah.
And just like that, Owen hits the 13, and they will move on.
And these are all Oh, sorry. These are all triple elimination today, right? So there's still a last chance bracket. That would be a Nick question.
Nick, or where are we at in the brackets? Nick, where are you at?
Hi guys, hello, big fan here, first time listener, first time caller. This is gonna be the first game of the Division 1 King Seat match here. We caught it just in time. We only missed the first 3 darts, so that's gonna be Ramon George, Carl Powers, and Tommy Evans from Florida going up against the Michigonians. I don't know what the proper term. Jeremiah Berger, Jason Topsky, and John Meyer. So this is going to be the first leg of this race to 4.
Did you say
all
burger?
cricket format? I didn't hear a food talk.
Yeah, he said burger. He said, "Did you want a burger?"
That's another food talk. Now I've lost my over under.
Well, duh.
Fired open the 18s. Only going to manage 2. George up. Looks to close the 19s. Or, sorry, looks to open the 18s. Can point the 19s.
It's Meyer, M-E-I-R. Okay.
Meyer.
Yeah,
Meyer.
not M-A-Y-E-R.
Meyer.
My baloney has a first name. It's O-S-C-A-R. I don't think Nick's old enough to remember that commercial.
Probably not.
My grandma showed me.
Did she?
Oh, he closed the 19 on dart 2. Not a bad strategy. Get rid of the 19s. I know that Evans needs a one-shot close with a 4-point lead, but at least takes 1 dart out of his hands.
If he could grab that trip on the 17, that would be great. Tommy, there it is.
So I'm going to ask you fellas a question because you're more equipped to answer this one than me probably. And I know Tommy Evans personally, but I mean, he's a pro. You look at 10 years ago, was considered one of North America's best, and then took 4 or 5 years off the radar and is just not getting back into it. I mean, how hard is it to kind of get back into that top form after you kind of take that long of a break?
You want that, Ryan, or me?
I'll talk about mine first. 2017 was in the highlights of my high years, and then I had a heart attack in 19. I was able to come back and place 3rd at the CSI, but as far as challenging, 85 averages plus in my steel tip, close to the 5 on a regular basis on my soft tip, I haven't touched those numbers since the heart attack. So I also have taken myself more and more of active role of local play and more like commentary and stuff like that instead of chasing the bigger stuff. But when a person gets away for a while because of life changes, I think it's hard to come back to that level.
No, I agree. And then especially, I mean, in Tommy's case, look at the difference in the overall average of people from the time when he last played to when, right now when he's coming back. 5-6 years ago when he stopped playing, for a little bit, nobody was consistently like 5s and 6s like we have today. I mean, there's just so many players that are shooting at that top level. So I think that makes a big difference and make it even more difficult to come back.
I think that the overall online aspect of being able to do this, playing
Mhm.
leagues with opponents that can shoot at that level that you like to shoot at, because I always said steel sharpens steel. So if
Yep.
you've left the game and you've came back to where we're at, darts can pass you because of the online aspects in the CSC Challenger Series, just to be an example.
Yeah.
If you're in that bad boy, that you're going to have to throw lights out, or you're not going to advance.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, for me it was I don't know if it was really a break, but like when you had your heart attack, I had my stroke in 2021, I believe it
Yeah.
was. Yeah, 2021. So it was difficult, especially I was playing both soft tip and steel tip at the time and traveling for both. And it took me a pretty long time to get back in steel. Like I don't even think I'm even back at the level for steel tip that I was when right before my stroke, but soft tip I think I'm back to where I was. Maybe it's so weird, like why can't I get back to how I was at steel tip before the stroke?
I,
It could just be practice or what, but it's different. Definitely
I
different. I
don't
could definitely tell the difference.
I definitely would could contest to that. I don't know why I can't get my steel tip game the way I used to play it. My soft tip is close. Steel tip, not even close. I get so frustrated.
Yeah, it is frustrating.
I'll have a
The good
tendency to play really, really well in
uh-huh.
cricket and steel tip, and then I can't do anything in 01, or opposite where I'm playing, yeah, pretty good 01 today, and then I can't even. I wouldn't even. It'd be a trip 13 for my trip 20. It's how bad my cricket would be. I don't know what the deal is. It could be mental too.
It could be, absolutely. I shouldn't even say that like the skill level isn't back to where it used to be. I would say it's more the consistency level is not back to where it used to be. Um, my daughter, she loves playing darts now, so we play both soft tip and steel tip. Um, so it could just be a practice thing too. We'll find out.
I don't know. I get amazed at Gates, and I use him as my example about how well
Mhm.
he can perform on both avenues of darts.
Yeah, it's
Not
just
compete, perform. It's just amazing.
yeah, yep. And we're seeing that more and more too with the Americans, like the North. Well, mostly the Americans. I mean, the North Americans, if you include Canada, I think most of the Canadians they pretty much just play steel. But I mean, the transition of a lot of the American players between both soft and steel, it just seems like it's growing. So that's a good thing.
Leg one, Jason, Jeremiah, and John opening up leg number two with 20s and 80 points, forcing Carl and Raymond and Tommy to the 19s. Can't read my screen there very good today.
I saw the word burger pop up when Jeremiah was called up to the board.
I played a lot of league against him in the past, playing opposite nights. They
Yep.
were also talking about how your dynamics of your life change.
Uh-huh.
You're at teenage levels, right?
My girls.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah.
Are
Well.
your girls? Are they in the teenage years of running around doing different sports and stuff?
Oh yeah. That was the one thing I had to take a break like last year because we didn't know how it was going to go. What was it last? Yeah, last year Zyla was, she was 9 years old. She was about to turn 10, and she got into volleyball. But they didn't have a team that was for 9-year-olds, so she tried out. She had to try out for the 11-year-olds, and she made it. And that was the thing, was like, all right, now this is club volleyball. They're doing tournaments all these weekends, and all that stuff. And that's why I kind of took a break from from traveling for darts. I didn't really take a break from darts itself, but just the out of town tournaments that I would attend. So there are a bunch of different ones that I had to miss out on because of her volleyball schedule, but darts is always going to be there. You know, it's I'm not going to miss her games. I missed a lot of firsts with my older one, Camille, who's 17 now. Just from when I had a job where I had to travel all the time. And I definitely didn't want to do that anymore as far as missing out on the daughter's first things. So, but yeah, the sports that they're in definitely makes a big difference with how I'm going to shoot, what tournaments I'm going to go to, and things like that. But it turned out that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be with the club volleyball and everything. So I'm kind of back to full swing again. So it's good.
Back to Burger and another food talk. Trip to the 16s. Only manages
Put some
two.
cheese on it. Ah,
Throw
just
some
outside.
cheese on it.
Yep.
Did see a interesting comment in here, right? Because you guys were talking about the Leonard Gates being known for almost equal parts steel and soft tip domination, and a lot of players are known for one.
Yeah.
Heather Fuller, hashtag what in the chat says Adam Savada is a beast on both. Now, most of these players that we talk about, they obviously can play really well on both, right? But you look at Mike Maloney, you don't think steel tip, even though he can go win a steel tip tournament. If he really took a shot at it, he would be a contender, right? Adam Savada, same thing. You look at him, I think steel tip every time I see Adam. I think of his CDC runs, not just the one he just completed, which congratulations to him.
Yep.
But the one, his one and done in the past, where he showed up to his first one and won it, right? So that's what we're saying is people that are known equally on both is more so than their ability to do so on both.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I use that dynamic for anybody that watches from overseas. Is, you know, they're talking. Sometimes we get a little bit beat up on our comments about overseas players talking about the, you know, soft tip is not real darts, and I just remind them, or that they could beat anybody that they would play in our soft tip. And I remind them that our best steel tip players that are winning your tournaments are also our best soft tip players.
Yeah.
So good luck. Good luck. We got pro tour card guys that can just destroy you on a soft tip board after they just got home from a pro tour. So okay.
Yeah, and you know, soft tip is just harder to win than steel tip. You have to stay consistent. If you miss a 6 mark or 7 mark or a 9 mark in steel tip, you're still all right. You do that in soft tip, and you're pretty much going to lose.
Burger on the Bulls. Needs trip 16. He's going to stay there. Let's put 2 up for his teammates. Yeah, the darts is darts, and at the end of the day, I want to tell everybody it's just a game of darts. You can actually become an all-around player in this game by utilizing different aspects of each game. You have to be more consistent, in my opinion, a lot of times, but consistency is huge in steel tip to battle in cricket. But I'm telling you what, you use that bullseye the way you do in soft tip, and you need that bull for a setup shot. You're throwing it a lot because you're throwing it in your soft tip leagues.
Yep. Oh yeah. And you know, back before my stroke, I mean, I was transitioning from shooting that 12.5 gram soft tip bar dart, L style bar lip, to 25 gram steel tip, and I'd play both like every weekend. Like one weekend I'd shoot a soft tip tournament. The following weekend I'm going down to the Ozarks to play a steel tip tournament. And just that transition, and that's what kind of makes it more exciting now that I have my signature dart, my new one coming out soon with it wasn't a shameless plug, but I'm going to have it both in soft and steel tip. So I'm going to have that consistency again. And that's what I'm excited to get back and get out there playing more steel tip. I miss it, man. It was just such a different crowd and different atmosphere that I really miss. Just need a break from the norm, the long nights. And, you know, you hardly ever see me sleeping at a steel tournament because you're one and done. You know, you're one and done. You can just go back to the room and take a nap. So you can't do that in soft tip. You got to wait down there in case your loser bracket match gets called up.
Carl, Ramon, Tommy won. Jason, Jeremiah, and John won. Leg number 3 here. Advantage Jason, Jeremiah, and John.
For now.
$38 plays. No points, but 20s versus 19s.
No, just a 3
Carl
mark
closes
right
the
here can put him in a good position.
You close
that
that
was a smart
19
dart.
dart 1, you do, and then leave that 20 open, the high ground. I think the high ground's been left open. Does John close it? Nope,
Yep.
he moves to the 18s. See, if I'm Raymond here, I'd go all 20s.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna make it hurt.
I agree.
Make it rain.
I agree. Especially in the tiebreaker. I'd stay right there with it. I'd hit another one just for good measure. Or I'd do that.
Now, here's a question for you, Nick.
Huge 9 mark.
Nick, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you know that Porky and I share the same title?
You guys share the same title.
Yes, sir.
2019, I won the St. Patty's Open, and 2000, it was 20 or 21 that you won it.
21.
21.
Got my
So mine and
my
Porky,
Ford-
mine and Porky's name and Gates and Jules are all in the same tournament trophy.
Oh,
Pretty
I
cool
would
when you
say
look
I
at that
should
trophy
take a
on
stab
who's
at
won
it,
that.
But did they make a trophy for 2 and out?
No.
That's awesome though. No, good stuff. It's good that you guys have some history, right? I mean, we talk about it with the chat and everything. It's sometimes it's we pair up people that have never talked together, and sometimes we pair up people that know each other fairly well. And you guys are somewhere right in the middle where like you guys obviously know each other, and it's cool that you guys have some history and a shared title with a bunch of big names on it.
Yeah, and he has the word ham in his name.
And I got the word ham in my name. That's correct.
Yep. So
TOC number
funny.
11.
Oh, geez, that up that high already. So a funny story about that Ozarks tournament. So I'm sitting there playing, and I didn't know Jules yet, never met him, and that's the only name I kept hearing that whole weekend. Oh man, Jules is gonna win because I guess he won the year before, right, or something like that. And
Yeah, he did win the year before.
Singles 5-1. Yeah, so I kept hearing, oh, Jules this, Jules that. Well, when I was playing Steve in the finals, he went up 4-2 or something like that on me. And I shook his hand. I was like, hey, man, great match. Good luck and all that. He was like, no, it's a race to 6 or 7 or something. What's the finals? And I can't remember. Was it a race to 7?
It's a best of 11.
Best of 11. Okay. Yeah. So it was best of 11. And he was like, oh, no, it's best of 11. I said, I thought that was for the finals. And he goes, yeah, this is the finals. I didn't even know I was shooting in the finals. And I said, well, who's this Jules guy? And he goes, oh, I beat him last round. I was like, oh, okay. And then I ended up winning the next 4 or something like that to beat Steve 6-4. But yeah, I had to tell Jules that story because I didn't even know. And Jules was telling me how he had bad luck playing again. He said, I probably would have lost to you anyways because I have real bad luck against guys named Steve. Obviously, his luck has changed because I don't think I've beat him since then. So I don't think Steve's even beat Jules since then either. But yeah, it was kind of that was the first time I met Jules. That's the only name I heard at that tournament.
Bullseye to finish. Carl, Raymond, and Tommy up 2-1. Going into leg number 4. And remember, loser starts.
So this is a hill match. What is that a race to? 3 or 4 for the hill?
Race to 4.
4. Okay.
Do you like having the hill in a triple elimination tournament, or do you prefer, playing through the gauntlet?
To me, it doesn't matter. I mean, I love having the hill because the brackets kind of take a little while to catch up. The reason being is because I try to order my food at the start of the hill match. That way it comes when we're done playing the hill match, and then I can eat, wash my hands, and get back in the swing of things. But that's just me personally. I can't remember who I was talking to about that just the other day, but a lot of people, you always hear, oh yeah, I won the hill and then I had to sit for like 2 hours or 3 hours and all that. But like, to me, it's like, no, you didn't have to sit for 2 or 3 hours. You chose to sit for 2 or 3 hours. Like, if I win the hill, I'm still up there just playing, and warming up and staying warm. Like, I don't sit, I'm not gonna, especially if you might be up within the next hour or so. I want to keep shooting as I'm sitting on the hill. So I don't know. Me personally, I don't want to ever use that excuse that, oh, well, I won the hill and I sat for 3 hours, because then that's just on me. But
Well,
so
and
to me, it doesn't matter.
I have seen teams lose the hill and then go out and didn't even make it to the money. And then I've seen teams that lost opening round and then go all the way and triple dip.
I have a very famous PPD experience with this, and it involves food in this story, ironically. Where I was playing in the at the time it wasn't called Nationals yet, but it was the Supercharger Saturday doubles with the big bonus pools and everything back. I wasn't 21 yet because I was sober in this tournament, so I would have been 19, maybe 20, probably 19 years old. I was playing with a partner, and we ended up winning the king seat, right? And we were both in the bonus pool. And after we won it, I guess he, because he had been drinking, thought that was the finals and that we were done and just hanging out. And so he ended up eating a giant quesadilla. And I'm not kidding you. He was not able to get out of that slump and lethargy afterwards. And on the other end, to not put all the blame on him, I was sober in my first finals for thousands of dollars. My hand was shaking so much, my darts weren't hitting the board, and I missed 6 darts for a single and open out to win and defend. And the worst part of it all, but we found out it would have paid out like almost $3,000 from the 2 bonus pools we were in. My partner looks at me and he goes, "Oh, hey, by the way, I would have let you keep it all too." And I was like, "You son of a."
Wow. And that's you know how many quesadillas he could have gotten after that if he would have just won it?
Wow.
And that's the thing. It's so weird because I am a sober player. Like, I don't drink. And it's so weird. I think it's just for after all these years of eating and being able to play after I eat, it really doesn't make a difference to me. I mean, I'm not going to go to a buffet and just pig out and then come and try to play because I can't do that. But if I have a snack, like a small snack, I'll have someone just bring me like a Big Mac meal with an extra Big Mac and maybe like 2 double cheeseburgers. So if I have something small like that, then I can still play. But if I go to a buffet and have like 7 or 8 plates, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to shoot.
Oh my Lord.
Love it. I love it. No, I'm actually so my big thing is always eating 2 hours before I play a tournament. If I'm playing like a series tournament, not like a blind draw or anything, but like all-star triples, PPD nationals, TOC, I try to eat 2 hours before. And honestly, that I feel like that's how long it takes for me to metabolize everything, feel like it's fully settled. And then I usually don't eat much other than maybe a parting snack, especially if it's a longer day. But that's actually one like a big thing. I don't feel like I struggle as much as my partner did eating that quesadilla, but to be fair, he loved every bit of that quesadilla.
Oh yeah, who doesn't? I don't even trust people if they don't like quesadillas.
Well, you can trust me because I love them.
All right, good. I always trust you.
Carl Raymond, and Tommy, as I butcher names, Continually challenging. They got 2-1. 380 plays 337. Triple J
And
is what I'm going to nickname the other team. Challenge to go to the 15s.
there you go.
Have to get
Yeah,
some
see,
scores
I'm
here.
completely different. I'm going with the burger team, going burger time.
Burger
That's my
Time
name
taking
for that team.
on CRT. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good nickname.
CRT, TRC, RCT.
Raymond to the 19s. Just needs 2 15s to close.
They could break another throw here, but kind of left the door open for Jason.
Jason's going to have to hit that 15s hard here. They've got to get this leg. They can't go down 3-1. Needs another one. Take your look, buddy. Take it.
Oh, right there. One hole out.
But the one thing it is that 2-trip 15s does force a single dart. Now 2 darts at the 19s before they can look at the 15s. Oh, and he does triple in the third.
That's a big shot. Big shot by Tommy. And, you know, that's the thing. I mean, even though he had that time off, he's still Tommy Evans. He's going to be able to hit those big shots and those pressure shots.
To the bull. I like closing on that. I know that they need 3 bulls to win, but if they open up and with only hitting 2, I've given my teammate an opportunity to win.
Yeah. And there you go.
Ramon and Tommy, 3 legs. Burger time, still with 1. Moving into moving into leg number 5. Burger time will start first. You just like the video game. That's why you called it out like that.
Man, that was a pretty good game.
Those old Gen X's know that game pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm lost on that one. I normally am good on the video game stuff.
Go look up Burger Time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes, sir. Right away.
Yeah.
It was an arcade game that you would feed quarters. Then it opened up on, I believe it was it wasn't on Atari. It was on NES.
Yeah, and see, even in the bowling alleys and the arcades, it was basically like Super Mario, like it has the different levels, and Donkey Kong, but you make burgers. You gotta run this chef around, and you gotta walk over the bottom bun, and then you gotta walk over the meat patty, and then the lettuce, and you have a salt shaker to what were the things that chased you? Were they
I thought it was a salt and
pickles
pepper
or
pickle or something. Yeah.
yeah, something, but you like
I'm counting this as food
you
talk.
use the salt shaker to throw salt on them and dry them out, and and then you can proceed to like the next level and drop the buns down. So like the top bun would only drop one level, and then you got to go down to that level and drop it down to the next level to make a full burger.
I'm invested, boys. All right. After this, we're going to be streaming some Burger Time on NES Emulator.
Nice.
CRT up 3. Burger Time just 1. CRT's got the 19s, playing the 18s. Has the point lead. That's a monster 7 mark right there.
Absolutely. That was a good shot.
Just to give you guys a heads up of what we're looking at here for our coverage as we've been cruising through so far. Right now, we're watching the end of our King Seat match here in Division 1. Coming up next will be our King Seat match in Division 11 that just is underway here. After that, we'll take a added break here to hear from Jen Mounts and our friends over at A to Z, and then we'll come back for continued coverage. So just a heads up for everyone watching along.
CRT
Awesome,
148, 18 for Burger Time. Burger Time down 3-1.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
And I know the Dynamics have been watching Carl Raymond and Tommy play. They are pretty salty together. I mean, they're definitely leading their partners, keeping them, giving them good shots. So when they come up, they're comfortable with that shots. And then Jason, Jeremiah, and John having those misses come at the inopportune times. It really just
Yep.
it kind of brings this tail of the tape right here 3-1.
Yeah. I mean, they're taking a lot of pressure off of their partners and leaving them the non-pressure shots when they go up, and that's going to make a big difference. But John here is looking to put some pressure on. That wasn't a bad round. You get a couple of misses from Ramon here. If he leaves the 15s open, that might open it up. Oof. Here you go. Not enough to close, but I'd close 19, 17. At least take a 19 out.
He didn't even make a look.
No, not at all.
54 plays 45 on, or 57 plays 45 on the trip count.
Yeah. Oh, don't do the Maloney double. Come on, Tommy.
2 single shots to take it.
Yeah.
Single 19.
This here,
single 15.
Yeah. 3 singles now. It's keeps them in. You gotta take it, Maya. There you go. Put some cheese on that 19. There you go.
Well, we just destroyed my over-under. To the bull.
I keep forgetting about that, right?
4-3 on the Bulls. Got a mark 2 here. Double bull is the win.
Oh, there's one. Is he gonna hit it? There it is.
2, wow. Baby.
Come on.
Boom, game shot.
Wow. That was good.
What division are we in? King Seat Division 11. We'll get you updated as soon as we get updated.
Here we go. This is a Wisconsin team, the Arrowwoods.
Tell me a little bit about them, Mr. Porky.
I don't know who they are.
Oh. You said Wisconsin team. I got all excited because
no, now they're gonna kill me. They're gonna hear this, and next time I see them, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you don't know who we are, huh?" No, Dan and Lynette, I've known them. They're awesome people. Tyler, I'm actually not too familiar with. I haven't seen them shoot or anything, so I'm assuming that's their kid. But yeah, I see them out here. They're probably about maybe 40 minutes from where I am, but we all shoot at the same places. They travel down here to Milwaukee. They'll shoot in West Dallas, like Buzzards, and in Milwaukee area. Very good people, though.
As we get settled into the match, this is Division 11 King Seat. Shannon mingling up the board. Manages 4 on the 19s to go with the 20s that got closed. Nice little lead out in front. Arrowwood's got to work with that 18 to get back into this. And that is by design.
For Division
Wow.
11 here, you're looking at the spread, the bottom end team at a 8.527 and a top end at 8.742. So your average player is going to be somewhere around a 2.5 to 2.7, give or take, if it was evenly distributed across teammates.
Wow. It's such a small margin. It's crazy.
So, Porky, how long have you been playing in the PPD?
In the PPD, the first time I played was, I believe, the year right before COVID. So when Don Stewart lived out here, he was like all about the PPD and playing in the leagues. And, we had that traveling job. So because of him, I pretty much got into it. Because I would always hear like mixed opinions on everything. They're like, you got to play so many leagues and blah, blah, blah. And you end up losing money. And I'm like, I'm going to find out for myself. So, Don Stewart got me into it. And I was like, man, this is fun. Like, and I'm seeing like the big picture of what they're doing, like the end result and what your goal is. Yeah, you do have to play a lot of leagues, but the opportunity of how much money you can win by getting in those bonus pools and playing all the different online events and then playing the in-person event, I was sold, So, I mean, I know a lot of people, if you're like me, you'd never, ever want to give any type of credit to Don Stewart for changing something for the positive in your life. But I got to give credit to Don Stewart. He was the one that got me hooked into the PPD and what they have to offer. And I've been playing it ever since. So I want to say that was like 2019 was the first year that I played. And I loved it. I try not to miss it anytime. And, with the exception of COVID, I played in the league and then they did the finals online and I just wasn't really, um, I wasn't really accepting of the online play, so to speak. I'm more of a in-person player because I always feed off of my opponent's energy, the crowd's energy, whoever's there, the spectators and all that. So I wasn't really embracing the online play too much, but obviously now I have. I'm getting better at it, I should say. But yeah, that was my first time playing the PPD, and I don't want to miss anymore. I'm going to try to get out there to Kansas City every time I get and play as many leagues as I can to stay in the bonus pools. Because I mean, if you do good, anybody can win it at any level. It's you're offered the bonuses and from the lowest level to the highest level, and that's what I like about it.
Well, and I share that with people. It's like, if you're in the $10,000 bonus pool and you were Division 31 doubles and you win and nobody else won, you get the 10
Yeah,
grand.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, no other entity does that in darts. So I mean, you got to do it. You have to. If you're in the darts, no matter what level you're at, you got to do it. It's going to get one more in
I was
there.
going to say, and then big close on the
Oh,
17s right there.
that
So
was a
the
huge close. I don't agree with the double part, but it was a good close.
Maloney double, we have coined that because of soft tip in cricket. You don't throw for the double in cricket, but because of
Unless
the
it's for the
Maloney double,
winning
we're
dart.
seeing it more now. Unless you have to
Yep.
throw it for the winning dart, that's correct.
Exactly. That's the only time I ever do that. I did that for the winning dart in league, and they're like, "Oh, I thought you never shoot the double. I thought you never shoot the double in cricket." I said, "Nope, only the winning dart. Only the winning dart in cricket."
Where the argument that I've always made for not to be using the double in cricket is a lot of times you're going to throw outside and you basically thrown away the dart. If you
Yeah.
throw to the inside on the double and you still mark a single, you're gaining a mark that round. So you didn't really waste that dart. That's no different than missing to the right
Mhm.
or to the left of the triple. But when you
Yep.
throw and you hit the asphalt or the outside of the board, Yeah, you pretty much just threw that dart on the ground and said, "All right, I'm just gonna put the red button."
I'm going to be that
And
guy. I'm going to defend the double here a little bit. I've come around a lot.
Devil's advocate back again.
I know. I didn't mean to disagree with it. Maybe there's a disparity between two real pros and my non-pro stream and have himself. But no, I will say, first off, if you're shooting doubles, you better have over a 4.5 average, 4+ at least. If you're going to shoot them consistently, right? Like you're right. If you're going outside, if you can't control your misses, then there's no way to go. But for me personally, as a 4+ shooter ish, I always will. I only do it the same doubles I would shoot at if it was double out 01 steel tip, right? So double 16, double 15, double 18. I don't shoot the double 19 or 17 unless I absolutely have to, because I don't practice out setups with 38 or 34. I also don't have a lot of confidence in my double 20. That's why I didn't include that one. My logic being that I'm aiming at not the double itself, but the inside wire of the double. I'm not aiming at dead center double. I'm okay with hitting two singles there. That's usually when you'll see me shoot those the most. And I typically, majority of the time, is on the 16, 15. Again, doubles I shoot quite a lot when I'm playing steel tip. But you have to have a certain average threshold. If not, you're right. You're missing outside. You're wasting darts, and I wouldn't recommend it for the average player unless you're fully confident in your ability to hit said double.
Yep, I agree with that. And actually, I just thought of another occasion that I shoot the doubles in cricket. It's when I play against Maloney in league. So, yeah, Garrett can actually verify that. Every time we play Maloney in league, I'll shoot the doubles and to close or whatever in league against him.
So, hey, speaking of the league, would you online been in the same league with Maloney?
Would I what?
Before online came along, would you have ever played league matches against Maloney?
So when I lived in Illinois, I was only about maybe half hour, 40 minutes from where he lives. I think we would have, but like in Illinois, they're not really big on league. I would say the thing that makes league popular in Illinois is the PPD. None of the vendors were really big on league. It was mostly about tournaments down there in that area. Like there was a $10 entry, 200% payback tournament in that area every single night of the week. And it's not unheard of. I mean, we were getting like $1,000 dart trips pots at most of these tournaments. So it wasn't unheard of to go down there. Like when Ray Carver moved over into the area, I mean, he pretty much didn't have to work. He just hit a blind draw every night and everybody be like, hey, I'm going to buy your tickets for the trips pot. And we split. So most of the time, like 80% of the tickets are in his name. And he was loving it because he didn't have to put any money in it. All he had to do was shoot the darts and he gets half of whatever he hits. So, if I was still living in Illinois, yeah, I would definitely be shooting league with Maloney or something or actually he'd be shooting with me in league. I'd probably have to think about it because I'm sure I could find somebody better at that time. Probably not anymore, but yeah. So if it wasn't for online stuff and everything like that, yeah, there's no way. Not from here at least. He's let's see, what was that? The last time I put dog poop on his porch. It took me 2 hours and 28 minutes to drive down to his house and light that thing on fire. So, yeah, so I definitely wouldn't be shooting league with him.
Well, I was going to, with the post online, I could never say that I would ever shot a league in the same league with Leonard Gates, JC Martinez, Jules, Corey Beck, and Brett Holiday is in the same league. I would never been in that same. I've never been to have a league night with those players because of the online for the no caps. It's just incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Like, who do you got this week? Oh, we got Gates. Who'd you guys got? Who'd you guys have last week? Well, we played Beck and Hollanday. Well, how'd you do? It's league night.
Yeah. It's filling it.
Nope, only manages 7.
Still good. Still a good shot.
Lynette takes away the 17s, moves into the 16s. Brian, Shannon, and
Another
Todd
good
well
name.
back in this leg.
Cook. Does that count as food related?
No, it didn't count.
Yeah. Well, you kind of need one to make food, right?
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
We got a 17.
It only
Food
counts
talk
as you
today
guys
at
kept
17 and the PPD All-Stars.
If it's like a slight half reference, I only count it if you guys actually full on start talking about it. So there you go. We're keeping score today. On the bright side, commentator's curse has not moved in quite some time.
That's a good thing. You know why? Because we stopped commentating on what they were going to hit. So you know, I keep forgetting to like look at comments and stuff.
I've been browsing over. It's all been hate comments, so you guys haven't missed much. No, I'm just kidding. We have a couple in here. Got Anthony Juju Barbera saying, "Hey, Porky." You got Wes Motley saying, "I miss those days." To Steve Hilger.
Yeah.
Then we got Tanya saying, "Hey, from Wisconsin." Rick Kinsey saying, "League is my favorite." And then Chuck saying, the pie is wider at the double. You're talking about missing left and right on the corner numbers. On those same numbers, the pie is skinnier at the triple. So another counter argument against our two quote-unquote professional commentators.
However, the outside of the board is still a 0. The outside of the board is 0.
Did you say pie? Man, but did you see that previous round by Lynette? That was monster. Huge.
We've seen some monster rounds on the R-Woods, this leg right here. 255 playing 1.776. Just need Bulls to win. 16 on the fly off. 2 Bulls marked.
And that is good enough.
Jamie in chat saying, "Haven't heard any new sounds out of Mooneyham yet." Love it.
I don't make sounds. And
Juju, yes.
There was that one time at band camp. Game shot. Moving forward.
Yeah, Juju, I am definitely ready to eat next week. Oh, I can't wait.
I think I'm more interested in when you travel, Porky, on where you're stopping than I am on your trip. I could care less how long it takes you to get there. I just want to see where you stop.
Oh, yeah. You know, we already got all the plans stopped. Like, you know, I'm driving down to Kansas City with Garrett and Filthy, and they already know. That was like one of their first questions. "Hey, are we stopping in Springfield for a horseshoe?" I said, "Damn right we are. You know it."
2-1. Dan, Lynette, Tyler. 1. Brian, Shannon, Todd. Leg number 4. Hampton starts.
Oh, whoops. You know, so Rick Hensley said League is his favorite. I hate League. Honestly, man.
But it could be the dynamics he's playing with Tyler.
You know, it could be that, but you know, so a couple of people have asked. Like, I love tournaments. League, I kind of I don't know how many other people feel this way, but tournaments to me, you know, like I shoot a lot of darts. I try not to let it be competitive all the time because I feel like I'm going to burn myself out mentally in the game. So I use League as kind of like that let's keep darts fun type moment, if it makes sense. That way, you know, I keep the fun in darts. I think once you lose the fun in playing darts, you're going to burn yourself out mentally. It's just not going to be fun. You're not going to want to do it. So I love shooting league with Garrett. I love shooting the 4-person teams that I shoot on Tuesdays at Buzzard's Nest, and then Thursdays for another bar locally called Baz's. And I love the guys on the team. So it's kind of like my mental break from the competitive side of darts, and just getting out there and hanging out with them, making it fun. Like we don't care if we win or lose. It's just hanging out with my boys, you know? And I think that keeps me healthy on the mental side of playing all these tournaments, whether they be online or in person. So the thing that makes me hate League is we have to shoot it to qualify for a lot of these different tournaments, you know, and things like that. I mean, I get it. I get the concept of it, of why you have to qualify for them. Otherwise, we'd have so many people at Whammo, right? Or so many more people at Whammo. We already have like over 4,000 players there. But yeah, League to me is just kind of that mental break. And sometimes I just don't want to shoot competitive in League. So that would be the reason why I don't like League.
I want to jump in on that one because I think that's a very interesting discussion. I will tell people every time they get in the PPD, if you don't get me wrong, if you happen to just enjoy playing your local league night and everything, it doesn't make a difference, right? But you don't play PPD for the league. You play PPD leagues for the tournaments. That's how you have to frame your reference, especially with how the payouts are framed, right? It's all the money goes towards these other tournaments. And I always
big old 7 mark. Sorry, that was a great shot. Go ahead.
That was huge.
No, it absolutely was. I always tell myself, you know, I'm playing a practice match. I'm practicing right now. This is practice. I enjoy hanging out with my partner, whoever I am playing with that night of the week, whether it be Austin Braswell, Jason Hildebrand, or whoever. But I don't love practice, and that's kind of how I frame League. I actually do mini games in League to keep myself focused. I'll look and say, all right, who's going to hit the most sparkles tonight, which means high tons. And I practice those high ton shots because in tournaments, when you have to hit a third dart trip to leave an out, it matters, right? And that's how I use League. Use League as practice for these tournaments, especially in the PPD program.
Yeah, and you know, I used to be completely opposite, where I was more of a, you know, practice like you play and play like you practice. So I would take League seriously and try to be in that tournament mode all the time. And that's when I, you know, Jules is going through the same thing, where he's starting to see like the sports psychologists and things like that. And, you know, just sports psychology is something that I've been doing for a long time, reading books like that. And it made a lot of sense to not burn yourself out and staying in that competitive mode all the time and not losing the fun in something that you enjoy. And, you know, that's exactly what I use the League for now, is just my enjoyment of the game of darts. You know, I'm always going to enjoy the people. So I hate League itself, but I love the people that I get to see when I go play League, if that makes more sense, if that kind of clears it up.
Speaking of clear up, we are 2-1 in this King Seat match, Division 11. Dan Lynette, Tyler taking on Brian, Shannon, and Todd. If you're just joining us, they're going to have a race to 4. Single 16 to close to the Bulls. The thing about I will go with the tournament settings and versus the league is, now that you're offered your PPD nationals, your all-star triples, things like that, it doesn't matter what division you're in, that are players that when they are transitioning from league to tournament. How did you shoot in league last night? I didn't hit my average. How'd you shoot in the tournament? Man, I was this close and I was one wire out. Division 31 didn't matter. They're talking about how they played in that tournament. We used to see back in the day where if you had an open tournament, you knew that 10% of your player base would show, if that, plus your out-of-towners. Nowadays, we are seeing, because of the TOC and the divisions and the NDA divisions, you know, it doesn't matter what division you're in. You're here to win a tournament. You got to play tournament thoughts.
Yeah. And do you find yourself shooting higher or lower than your average, tournament versus league?
Well, so tournament wise for soft tip, I have barely uh, played in a while. League
Hmm.
wise is basically all I've been playing for soft tip. Tournament wise, I'm usually 10 or 15 points higher in my O1 versus league
Okay.
for 501 steel tip, and my cricket averages actually stay pretty consistent. Depends on your
All right.
opponent. So I mean, let's say you're averaging 3-1, 3-2 in steel tip cricket, but then you go up against someone that's that shoots 3-6, 3-7, and you beat them, but you shot a 3-9. You rose to the occasion.
Uh-huh.
So I tend to shoot better, and I also tend to, and this is a bad situation, is I tend to shoot to the level of my partner, of my player, or my opponent, and
Okay.
I try to keep myself above that. So if you're playing Jules, I
Yeah.
can average 90. I may not have won, but I averaged 90, and I had X amount of looks at the double.
Uh-huh.
Whereas I'm playing somebody that's brand new that basically just gets mad and throws darts at the board. I'll shoot 50, but I won the
Got
legs 3-0. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah.
it's so mental on that. On the tournament side of it is you will play to your opponent. You're in a final and you coming in red hot, and then your opponents are coming in red hot, and then you're playing dart for dart. I mean, you don't even pay attention to averages, and then when it's over, said and done, win or lose, you're like, "Holy cow! Did I really post them numbers?
Yeah, right? It's
Wow!
kind of
I didn't know I
shocking
went
some
5-7, 5-7, 5-6. I was just trying to
right?
win legs." You kind
Exactly.
of,
A win's a win.
but you do rise to the occasion on your opponent, and
Uh-huh.
I will tell you the most exciting matches are some of the ones I lost. I shot well. I got edged
Mhm.
out by a dart, but I shot great, and those are the ones that sometimes are the most memorable.
Oh yeah,
I,
always.
I do see a great question here in chat as right now we are having a pretty tight knit matchup here in Division 11 so far. William Baker saying, any advice on practice routines? And I'll give the long story short on mine because I'm sure you're asking these pro players here on the mic. But I will say for me, I always practice with combination checkouts first, right? So I practice checkouts that utilize the bull and a cricket triple. I think you get the best of
Mhm.
both worlds. So, for instance, and I primarily practice on my steel tip board at home. If I'm out the bar, though, this still applies. If I'm playing soft tip, I'll practice 132 out first. I'm trying to either go for double bull, double 16, or bull to 19 to bull. Then I go to my 130s, then my 122s, and I try to do these combination either bull first or bull last checkouts. Doing stuff like that makes you feel more confident in your switches and gives you good ranging practice, because people that say they throw 100 darts at the bull, that's so boring. It just you don't focus as much. Having an out where you
Yeah.
switch a lot, it usually helps you focus. If I'm playing steel, I'm also playing a couple rounds of Bob's 27. But the one thing that you need to remember to make your practice meaningful is not to just chuck it, not to just throw a best of 11 or an equalizer or whatever else it may be, and just play a long format. Instead, you have to tell yourself at practice, today I'm going to focus on this one part of my form. Today I'm thinking about only this one thing, not every part of my form, not every little thing. Today I'm working on, hey, I want to make sure my foot's in the same position every time, or hey, I really want to focus on accentuating my follow through. That's what I do every time I practice. If you start trying to change everything in your form all at once, you're just going to get out of sync.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all that. Absolutely. And you know what? One thing that you got to do is separate warming up versus practice. I get a lot of times people ask me, what's your practice routine? And I was like, all right, well, what do you do now? Oh, well, I come up to league like an hour ahead of time and blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, I call that warming up. That's not practice. How much do you shoot at home? Like when you're by yourself and you got a board at home, how much do you spend like an hour or 2 hours at home practicing different things? And they're like, oh, well, I really don't. And, I just come up to league a little bit, a little bit ahead of time and shoot. And, and that's when I tell them that to me, that's warming up. That's not practice. So you got to put in some practice time. And that's the same thing I do with Zyla. I've been working with her a lot for the last couple months, and she's taken more of a liking. We used to dabble in it like maybe once every 6 months. I have a cough coming up, so I'm gonna mute the mic real quick and let this thing out. All right, now we're back. But yeah, and that's exactly what I do with her. You know, we play when we practice steel tip, we play 41 with the soft tip board. We just kind of do the same thing, practice different outs and everything like that. And when you have, like with her, so when Devin Peterson came to town, he's like absolutely amazing with like his youth programs and all that stuff that he has going on. And when we had a little shoot around with the youths that were there, you had him, myself, Danny Bagish, and Damon Hedda, and we're doing this little like youth seminar. And he had such great ideas, like taking a piece of paper and, you know, first, you know, the kids, they're just starting out. You know, we had 4, 5, 6-year-olds there, and he'd put a full sheet of paper on the board, and their goal is just to get all 3 darts in that piece of paper. And once the kids felt confident, you take that paper and you fold it in half. Now your goal is to get all 3 in that piece of paper, and you just keep folding the paper in half, and that's what kind of gets them focusing on that certain target. You know, it's a little more fun than like just going up there and trying to hit like, okay, I'm gonna shoot 1,000 darts at the 10-10 or at the 20 or the bullseye or anything like that. So even if you start out with the basics like that as a beginner player, no matter how, you know, how old you are, I think that's really gonna hone in your skills, you know, just by setting big goals like that and working your way to where you narrow it down and you can focus on that individual target. So yeah, I think that would be a good thing to apply towards adults too. You know, just obviously if they, you know, they don't have to start off with a big sheet of paper or anything like that, but just focus on different segments, move around the board, you know, don't just focus on one triple. I agree with you, like move around the board, practice those weird outs like 126s or playing 121, whether it's soft tip or steel tip, either one, you can't go wrong.
All right, guys. So if you want practice tips, aka Porky,
Oh,
go to the porkyspracticetips.com and sign up
yeah.
today. $19.95 will get you.
Oh my
Brian,
God.
Shannon, and Todd, 3. Dan, Lynette, Tyler, 2.
I saw a
We'll be
page
headed into leg
yesterday.
number 6.
I saw a page yesterday that scared me. Is called Nick D Does Things.
Yeah, guys, thanks for the it's not shameless promotion if he brings it up. Nick D Does Things over on Facebook, YouTube, Kick, Twitch. That is where you'll see me stream me doing practice sessions. Actually, will be the next stream.
Yeah, doing things. Yep.
Practice
God, mine would be
sessions.
so boring.
Practice sessions can also be a good way to unwind from a day. It's my way to unwind from a long day. Maybe now I practice a little bit different. I play full 500 and then I play 21. So I don't know if you've ever played both of those. You can do bull 500 on a soft tip board or steel tip board. Basically, your first start has to be a bull, and then you only score on the 20s. Or then when you're done with that one, then you can only, bull, and then you can go the 19s or the 18s or whatever. If you hit a 1 or a 5, you don't score. You score only the 20 points. So you kind of get yourself where you're getting more consistent on. First start has to be the bull, and then 20s. So bull, trip 20, yeah, you get 170 points towards your 500.
Okay.
But then your
That's
next
awesome.
round is you got to hit the bull again. So now you've got to incorporate the bull. Then you can do it with 17s, 18s, 16s. Maybe you're struggling with the 15s. So play bull 500, but just using the 15s. Another game I play is 21. So anything at 95 or better, is 1
Uh-huh.
point, and you can only use the 20s, the 19s, or the 18s. So basically, you have to 5 mark either the 20s, the 19s, or the 18 in a combination of better than 95. You get a point. You hit 2 triples, you get 2 points. Then if you hit a 177, 171, 174, 180, you get 3 points.
Gotcha.
So you
Okay.
score
And
yourself
then,
to 21 points. But now but that's your power. Those are your power scoring practice games. Your then you
Mhm.
got your practice games would be like throwing doubles. You can play bull 500 with only doubles. You can also,
Mhm.
practice certain aspects of the double. I tell people that you need to spend a little time on your core doubles, 20s, 16s, 18s, 12s,
Yep.
14s, your 10s.
Yes.
Those are your core doubles. You're going to throw
Yes.
those on a regular basis.
I just want to
Oh, yeah.
piggyback on what you're saying here because I agree with everything you said there. And, when we're talking warm up darts as well, also, Tim Goodwin's comment earlier, we talking about practice from, I'm just thinking about that speech from Ted Lasso now. But when we're talking about warm up darts and everything, if you're a 2-0 player,
Mhm.
a 2-5 player, you're just not getting into it. Maybe you just got to the bar, you're about to play All-Star Trips and you're ready to throw your first couple darts at the board. I've, for the longest time, would not throw any darts except for the bull for my first 6 or 9 darts. I throw off arm feel, and the feeling of going for a triple and dropping it like by 12 numbers, or sometimes just throwing it really high when you're brand new and you're nervous, you're trying to loosen up your arm. So, if you're going to your first All-Star Trips tournament and you're you're a 2-0 player and you want to settle in, just start the middle, get your arm feel going first, and then you can start your practice routine, because nothing hurts more than shooting a dart that's just way off to hurt your confidence at the start of the day.
Oh yeah. Yep. You ever find yourself driving in your car and like ghost throwing as you're like on a long drive or anything?
All the time.
Really?
Legitimately, I don't ghost throw when I'm actually playing matches or tournaments. I
Uh-huh.
will walk around the house and do like follow through motions a lot. It's just something that it's on. If anything, it's a tick of sort. I don't think I even realize I'm doing it till I've done it majority of the time. But yeah,
Okay.
definitely a lot of things. As Adam Savada, your CDC champion, corrects me and says the original's from Allen Iverson. But yeah, I was thinking of the Ted Lasso recreation specifically. But yeah,
Oh,
congrats, Adam, on the big win
yeah.
there.
Congrats, Adam.
Really doing some awesome stuff in your game, and your interview was phenomenal, my man. Congrats, bud.
Dude's a good guy. Yeah, usually when I'm driving, I pretty much kill like 2 birds with 1 stone. Is my ghost throw is actually at the end of it when I extend my arm. I'm grabbing a French fry and then I'm bringing it back up and putting it in my mouth. So I kind of combine the two as I'm driving.
Porky Talk number 20 today, folks.
Yes.
As
My
we watch
food
Dan
talk
Lynette
might
and
be
Tyler trying
Maloney's
to win
9
this
mark
leg
count.
to get to the finals. Dan Lynette, Tyler, 2 legs. Brian, Shannon, Todd, 3 legs. Commanding lead right now. Trying to get back in. This is Brian Cook working the 16s. Commanding.
Yeah, this one.
French fry. Wow.
Uh-huh.
Gotta love the French fry talk.
Oh, microphone. Hello.
Hello.
No, I was talking about Ryan's. It sounded like it was cutting out for a second. Oh, good. I didn't hear him. I'm going to see what he's talking about. He said French fries. That's all I heard.
Did you not hear about the cheesecake and chocolate shakes?
No.
That's because I didn't mention them. Back to the match.
Oh, Dude, you got me excited. Oh, man. Yeah. The worst part about that is when you said cheesecakes and milkshakes, I threw my A to Z donuts out on the floor.
Oh, Lord Almighty.
This match is looking like it's going to go to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's each team has commanded certain legs We've had a few tight
Yeah.
legs, but I mean, Dan, Lynette, and Tyler picks up this leg. We go to the cork. We go to the decider, and they are just. I mean, we had an 8.27 taking on an 8.5 plus, so they are so
Yeah.
close to each other. What's that last leg
Oh, yeah.
decider going to do? Who's gonna check that box with the W to go to the finals? Hang out and find out with Ham and Porky.
Ham and pork. That's a good close. Commanding point lead on top of it.
Double bull needed. Oh, he's going to elect to close.
Yeah.
It works if you hit it.
Yes, sir. It's the right choice. The risk was worth the reward. Now, if I miss that bull on this, I just go right up to the 18s. He's just going to go right at it from the get-go. Smart dart. Dan's a pretty good shot, so I could see him hitting a hat trick, and I just cursed him.
No, but trip 18, I mean, that's 118 away from adding a lot of bulls.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of bulls. Double bull first
Except
dart.
for those two. Ooh.
Make it interesting with another double bull. Does grab an 18 on the fly off.
That's a good miss.
Single bull for game shot. Not going to happen
Oh,
this
right
turn.
there, girl. There's that double bull curse again. You hit that double bull on the first dart and then miss, right?
You hit the double bull on the first dart. Slow down for dart 2, dart 3. Oh,
that's a good
18
miss.
on the fly off. That's a good miss. Yeah. We like those misses.
Oh, yeah. I just don't like hitting those 2s and 1s and 3s when you're playing 01.
Ooh, not going to happen here. 4 bulls needed.
Not impossible. Three more.
Oh, on that third one, hit the back of that dart and bounced right out.
Got gypped. I'm not even going to say anything because I jinxed them.
Commentator's curse, leg number 17,000. Everybody misses because of Porky for the bull. There it is.
See, if I would have said, I don't see Dan missing a single bull, he would have missed all 3.
And I believe we are going the distance, folks. Division 11 kink seat, 3 legs each. We will cork it up to see who's going to start this final leg. Winner will move on to the finals. The loser goes to the loser side, second place, third place match opportunities, depending on how they win. How do you say that? We always said it was a loser size winner bracket. When you look at the bracket on the consolation championship, how do you say that on a triple elimination?
Super loser.
Super loser spot.
That's what Meredith McGee calls it. And every time I think, that's a super loser bracket.
How was
because
that?
You would say it was a consolation championship and a double elimination, because it is the consolation championship, and the winner's going to go back to the finals. But in this one, winner's going to go to the third place match. The loser will go to the fourth place match.
Oh, Dan, just go left side, all 3 darts. You would pretty much guaranteed the win. I wouldn't have risked hitting a 1 on that third dart.
Well, he threw that 20 there, and it was like, you just need 1, 2, 3 darts. You can score 9,
Yeah.
14, 11 quickly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Shannon on his diddle, his second dart like bounced out of the 20, but it gave him a 4. So I wonder if the flight just like it bounced off of the wire and the flight hit the 4 or something like that. That was very
Tail
weird.
slap. We call that the tail slap.
Oh yeah.
Dan marks 4 to start. Todd's going to
Good
have to work the
start.
19s to get back into it.
Oh, that was Todd that shot the diddle, not Shannon. Oops.
Only manages 3. Lynette's been solid.
She has.
She's got the 20s to work with. She may look to go 19s. She did go 19. She liked to mark that too. I would thought maybe she would take that third dart and go back up even with only a single mark on the 19s.
Yeah, and then, you know, in tiebreakers, you definitely don't want to mess around. I would even have been okay with her just going 20s.
Do you think the dynamics as a team is more prevalent to point heavy in a tiebreaker versus leg 1 or leg 2 of an opening match?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you don't want to risk it. You know, Tyler should go right back up to the 20s and just get that cushion.
I know that you and I probably think 9 marks is a cushion, 12 marks is where we want to be. What do you think in this division? What's a good cushion?
In this division, I wouldn't even count like points or anything. I would count marks, you know, and like let's see. So they need 1 mark to get their point lead, and then they need 2 marks to close the 18. So they're pretty much down like 3 marks right now. That's how I would look at it, you know, and that's not comfortable. When you think about it, a 3-mark lead is not comfortable because that's just 1 dart basically. Now it's a little better.
Yeah, when you're looking at this divisional play like this, one of the safer bets, obviously safest bet is still think 9 marks ahead. You know, I want to have they have to hit a 9 mark to close the distance. But a more realistic, on average approach is I need them to have to hit a 4 mark on a number before they can shoot the close at mine. Leave them a 7 mark or more on their shot because you're requiring 2 trips in a single. I mean, that's a hard shot for anybody to just call in on average, anyways. That's going to be your baseline.
Yes.
That's the baseline setup. But and that strategy changes when you get to round out. So when you get to, hey, is the C after the C player, is it the other C player or is it the A player following? If you're going first or second, that's when those things also start to come into factors.
Yeah. See, like right now, Tyler should look at it as they have a 4-mark lead right now. And that's not a lot. Is he going? He's going 17s. Wow. Field goal.
Shannon to the 16s. Oh, she goes to the 15s.
Yeah,
Commentator
Mark
called
one
it wrong. Commentator calls it wrong again.
Yeah. Yep. Wrong calls. Commentator wrong calls. We got to do a new category. Wrong calls, food, curses.
Big 6 mark 17s and 15s. Monster round right there. Forces Todd into the 16s.
Oof. Bad blocker. Look at that. Yeah. Lynette.
Trip 16 single pull.
Huge.
Back on their heels. Round. Brian, Shad, and Shannon and Todd. Gotta mark the bulls. Well, this was a momentum shift in this leg.
It was such a huge opportunity for them by winning that diddle and just getting the jump right from the get-go. especially in the tiebreaker. It's just good timing.
220's on the fly off. Looks for the bull. Does mark it. Well back is Shannon. Got to work that
I like
bull
those.
hard.
Yep. I like those kind of misses too when they count for points.
Especially when it's a 20-point fly off.
Yes, absolutely.
For the win.
I don't see Dan missing a bullseye. Oh, oh my
There.
God. Look at
And
that.
just like that, we got a commentator's curse officially on the board.
Yeah. Sorry, Dan. Oh, he's going to get me next time I see him. No, Porky, I'd appreciate it if you don't commentate on my matches anymore.
I don't like when Porky talks on my matches. I can't throw the bull.
Right?
Lynette, last time's up for Mark with the bull. Just needs the one. There it is.
There it
Double
is.
bull on your finish.
See what happens when I keep my mouth shut?
Speaking of mouth shut, folks, we're actually going to take a quick break. We're got some ads come up from A to Z for you to watch. Porky and I are going to go refill our drinks and grab a bite to eat, and then we'll get back in about an hour, hour and a half. After
Fried rice is coming up.
Oh, I'm just kidding on that. No, we'll be back shortly, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice start. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22 gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18 gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl, double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22 gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Oh. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood action, 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers' Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel.
Welcome back. Here we go. We are on the third place match of the PPD All-Stars, Division number 1. We got Jason, Jeremiah, and John taking on Craig, Hayden, and Ryan. Jason, Jeremiah, and John are playing out of Michigan. Craig, Hayden, and Ryan, a team from Wisconsin. So the Triple J, or Burger Time, as Mr. Porky, who's joining me,
yes, sir,
has nicknamed them, has the only one loss, where the other team has got 2 losses. So Triple J, or Burger Time, however you want to call it, Mr. Porky will call it, will have to be double dipped here. So are they going to be double dipped if we go to the finals? Or are they going to single dip? Or are we going to see a new team take on our King Seek holders? Porky, tell me what you think.
Man, you know, I'm torn between my heart and my stomach because, you know, I got to go for the home state team with Craig, Hayden, and Ryan. But, I mean, that Burger Time, that name just, you know, my insides are battling each other right now. But, you know, I'm going to go for the Wisconsin team. I gotta stay true to my state.
Well, I am going to go for Burger Time because Motor City Entertainment, Michigan, taking on the Wisconsinites. So Midwest Coin Concepts is for covering the other team. So got to go with Burger Time. And
All
just
right.
like that out of the gate with a nice big 7 mark to start.
Oh, yeah.
J to the 19s.
And Ryan, man, he is that Ryan, not you, Ryan, but the other Ryan. We get sick of that name, Ryan, sometimes. We're just talking about that. But he is a phenomenal shot.
Hayden up on the thing. The 20s plays the 19s. 60 to 38. Opens on the 20s. Not able to capitalize, but one single 20. Here comes Burger. Jeremiah Burger. We've talked about him a few times. Battling the 19s. Yeah. Not going to get it to go on dart 1 or dart 2.
Oh.
Stays in the 19s, able to mark.
I wonder had he hit the trip on his first start, if he would even taken a look at the 20 on his second. Could have been wrong in that prediction too. Run up our counter.
Commentator Curse counter is at number 4 to the 19s. Does he take a look?
I think he will. Third dart. No. There's number 5.
I know I've played against Ryan Gervis. Where's he from?
He's like northern Wisconsin. I want to say I'm trying to think of what town. He's like right on the Minnesota border. So that actually, with seeing Hayden's last name, I wonder if they're that close. He might be, the Hollanday. I wonder if that's Rhett's son or something. I mean, they're that close to the border. I could always look it up and see where Ryan is at.
Ashland, Wisconsin. Chad's already got you, and I believe it's Gervais. By the
perfect.
way, for the last name there. I do love the Ozarkian pronunciation, though.
Oh my Lord! Here we go again. I'm just tearing up the mass names. Well, I like to go with the nicknames. We'll give them easy ones like Burger Time or Triple J.
Yeah.
And my personal favorite,
or the Wisconsinites.
My personal favorite Hollanday, Gina Hollanday, saying the Hollandays do nothing but win. Yes, it's our kid.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for clarifying that. Sure. I just didn't want to assume stuff.
Burger takes 2 8-downs, 2 17s. Gus close the 18. Presses Craig to the 17s. And closes on the third dart. Does take a small point lead. John to the 16s or 15s.
I like how you said the look at that as he goes 17 to close.
I was wrong again.
But you tried to be safe and say, well, he's going to go 16s or 15s, and he goes 17. Even when you do like a 2 out of 3 shot, you're still wrong. Ryan, we can't win.
67% was on my side, and I still didn't get it right.
Exactly. Oh, man, we just can't win.
No. Travis only manages 1 on the 16s.
Oh,
Opsky. Close the 16s with 1 shot here and gate the point lead.
If he goes bull, I'm out of here. All right. We got that one right. That's good.
Needs to mark that trip 16.
Yep. Oh.
Do you close here? It's late in the game. You don't have a house. You got a 6-point lead.
No, I would probably go 15. Because you definitely don't want to leave your opponent a 4 mark to get the point lead and close a number on you. Yeah, it's a horse apiece there. I mean, do you put the pressure on, with Berger coming up behind you? You definitely, I mean, he's more than capable of hitting that 4 mark on the 15s to get the point lead and then taking a stab at the. Oh yeah, actually, if he would have closed, I would have won 15s. He did it right. But Maya's just going to stay right on the 16s. I don't see anything going wrong here except for the misses.
To the 15s. Only marks 4. Meyer. 3 shots at the 15. Looks to the bull.
3 big singles. Oh, where that?
And there we go.
That. Perfect
Trip
timing.
16, trip 15, bullseye. I nicknamed that the coffin shot.
Yeah.
Now you just got to put the nails in with 2 bulls to finish.
But it's not over till it's over. You never know. Look at that. 5 on the bulls. That changes a lot.
I would mark the bulls. They're marking the bulls here. And if I don't have it on the third dart, drop the 16. Game shot.
There it is.
Michigan boys 1, Wisconsinites 0. We're in the losers format, so we will go 501 here, or it's 701, isn't it?
Is it 701 in this one?
I think it's 701 with Division 1.
All right.
Yeah, because it was 501 in the lower divisions. We'll go 701 here. Team Wisconsin will start. Full bowl, open in, open out. Now, when do you try to throw something higher than a hat trick if you are Team 2?
Real quick here, I do want to say it is 701 across all divisions. I just double checked that one.
Oh, it is?
So
okay.
It is the same format across all divisions today.
Okay.
Okay. That's my fault because I know in the past the lower divisions were on 501.
Yeah, back to your question. I am not looking at hero shots or hero darts until I need them to set up and out. Otherwise, it's on that bull until we get down there.
Well, the reason why I asked that, we watched it at Whammo when teams 2 and 4 on freezes, one of them would take the hero shot and the other one would look still heavy on the bull. And then I have watched Kenny Doyle many times try to get out in front in the first 2 rounds. Curious for you on this.
Yeah, for me, I mean, especially in 701, I mean, bullseye is the biggest target on the board and the easiest one to hit. So, especially in the full bullseye.
.401 plays 450.
Yeah, if they can stay consistent on tons and hats, that's all you need, especially in that first slot. They're doing good.
284 plays 450. A ton or better needed here.
Staying with it, hanging in there.
Can they see me? No.
Joined here by Zyla, my youngest.
Another commentator in the comments.
Say hi.
Hi.
Now they can see you.
Wait, they can?
Yep.
Yeah, only 65,000 people seen you.
There's only 2 people watching.
That's it?
Me, I'm one of them.
That's it. Nobody wants to hear Daddy's voice.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
She goes, yeah, I know.
What did you eat?
Fried rice?
Oh. I didn't really like it.
No?
No.
I made it.
Holiday at 165. Ghost Trip 20. Ghost
And
Trip
then-
20.
Look at that. 165 out. That was a good
That
out.
was a nice out, gentlemen. Triple 20, triple 20, trip 15, 165 is the turn. We are 1-1.
A 52.5 average. Berger with a 50 average. I just wanted to say his name.
Now, this format, we will cork here. Winner of the cork will start the final leg of cricket. If Jason, Jeremiah, and John win this leg, we will move on to the finals. If Craig, Hayden, and Ryan win this leg, we will start a 1-game last leg decider after another cork. That cork is huge in this leg right here.
That is, and you know, with Jason putting up a 45, I mean, I would even go Bulls. I mean, Ryan
Left
just
side
shot.
here.
Yeah, he just shot go left side, and that's exactly what he did. I love utilizing that bullseye on the diddle, especially in the split bull. That's why I hate diddling first on the online format. I always want to go second. There's so many times that, you know, my opponent has hit a 140 and I hit the first 2 trip 20s, I go bullseye. And that's just the smartest thing to do. I'd rather go second on the diddle.
So if I go 140 in front of you on that diddle and you go
Yep.
trip 20, are you going to take the safe shot and maybe tie me and go to the next round? Or are you going to take the shot at the bull to win it?
No, I go to the bull. The bull's easy to hit. I could do those in my sleep with a chicken nugget in my hand.
Okay, back to the match. Porky
I
Food
wish
Talk
it,
number 26.
right? I wish it was that easy. You see that Porky
Michigan
Food
out of the
Talk?
gate with only 2. Here comes the Wisconsinites.
Look at that.
Nice big
Oh,
7 mark on the 20s.
That's Jason, actually. That's the Michigan guy. So the Wisconsinites won the diddle.
Oh, it was backwards on that one. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
I apologize to the Michigan people. Burger to the 19s. So they go back and forth. They switch their sides of the board. You got to remember where you're at.
Yeah, then that is a little confusing because you see the name up on top, and then on the scoreboard, and then sometimes the names where they're actually shooting is on the opposite end.
That's just commentator mistakes.
Whoa! Did you just notice what I saw?
What did you notice?
There are 2 burgers in this match. We got a double burger going on. We got a double burger in this match. That is amazing. It's making me hungry.
You just had fried rice with yum yum sauce.
Oh my God, it was so good. But this is like Porky as a commentator dream come true. Way to fill
Nice.
that up.
I was going to say, nice 9 mark on the 17s.
That was a
Chomsky
huge dart.
looks to close.
Yeah, there's your close.
Only manages 2 on the 20.
But that still put it out of reach for Hayden to even, he's going to have to fill up that trip 17. Now, this is where it's going to get interesting.
What do you think Maya will do here?
I think he's going to take a stab at the 17 as first dart. I mean, he's very capable of hitting it. Yes, I was right.
Yeah, but it took all 3. You said first dart.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and hitting the single. I mean, he had to take the safe shot. It's Craig.
Burger to close. Burger on the 16. You got back-to-back burger.
Yep.
Michigan 1, Wisconsin 1. 218 plays 153. 20 and 18's open for John. Grabs the 16s. Grabs the 15s. Do we got the coffin shot? And
That
another
is the coffin.
bullseye.
Look at that. That is the coffin shot.
Just need his partner to put the 2 nails in and call it a night.
As this one's wrapping up, and we're going to be moving on to the finals here. Do got a couple comments. Chris Trendad said, "Porky, stop talking about food." But then that comment was immediately followed by Cole saying, "Hey, Porky, which is better, Popeyes or Cane's?" So the chat's very divided on what they want you to talk about. And then Conrad Wood tunes in and says, "Is there anything more soothing than that Porky voice?" So there you go. Those were in that case, those were the last 3 comments in order.
Oh my God. Yeah. So getting back to the Pope Yes or Popeyes, whichever way you want to pronounce it. Popeyes is definitely better than Cane's. Cane's are just kind of glorified chicken fingers or chicken tenders, But I mean, they have some good, they have goods, like the fries and stuff like that are good. But yeah, they just had a Cane's open up 5 minutes down the road from me, and I haven't been there yet, just because the lines are ridiculous. I don't know, but the lines are getting shorter because now people are realizing, why the hell did I wait in line that long for that? So
Well, back to the match. Buy a burger with the bull and the 20 to finish, as we will move on to the finals of Division 1 with AKA Porky and me, Mr. Ryan Mooneyham, calling your match. So give us just a moment. We'll get loaded up for that finals. What do you got for us, Nick?
The finals coming up here. Sorry, that was a terrible lead-in for me. We got the finals coming up next for Division 1, just like you said. So it's going to be Carl, Ramon, and Tommy Evans taking on this team from Michigan. And we're just going to stay right here with them, as we have a lot of other third place and fourth place matches playing right now. So we're just going to stay here. No reason to cut back to the ads, just come right back over. So if anything, now's the time, guys, where you can ask Porky his food opinions. This is the most appropriate time to do so.
Right.
All right, we're going to open it up to all the comments for Porky's favorite place to eat or food.
Some of my favorite dishes in the country, right? What would I say? Let's see. Turkey Leg Hut in Houston, one of my favorite dishes I've ever had. Man, that thing, I had the crawfish mac and cheese stuffed turkey leg, and it was amazing. It was one of the best I ever had. But I heard they're closing, so I'm not too sure. So if anybody from Houston can let me know whether or not they're open or closed, that would be good. Springfield, Illinois, a horseshoe.
What's a horseshoe?
That's another really.
What is that?
So how Garrett would describe it, like I was trying to describe it, and he was like, "Oh, it's just cheese fries," but it's a little more than that. So it comes there's a piece of Texas
Wisconsin
toast at the
cheese
bottom.
Fries? Like Wisconsin cheese fries, or like normal people's cheese fries?
No, like kind of like Wisconsin cheese fries, but it's a different, like Springfield, Illinois. It's almost like a beer cheese sauce that they put on it. And so the plate, the nice oval plate, probably 9-inch plate, has a big thick piece of Texas toast at the bottom. Then it's topped with fries. And then you get to pick your meat, which I usually pick the cheesesteak. So it's like sliced sirloin and, the peppers and the onions. And then it's covered in the cheese sauce. I'll have to send you guys pictures, but that's another really, really good dish in the country to have.
So can I tell you something I'm upset about that's food related, since we're on this discussion?
Okay.
There's two things. First off, how is our viewer numbers going up since we started this conversation? That says a lot about you guys at home. But two,
right? Hey,
yeah,
secretly everybody is a fat kid like me. That's
everybody's
why.
Hungry, man. Everybody's hungry. The second
have you
thing,
seen my beach body, Sporky? Have you seen me in a Speedo? There's a reason
man.
why I go to buffets.
Goodness.
Round is a shape. All right. When people ask, you're in shape too. Round is a shape. I that's how I look at it. And people always ask me how I can eat so much, and I mean, I'm not thin, but I'm not big either. But I mean, I do run twice a day. So if you are going to try to keep up with me in eating, at least get 2 runs in a day. I mean, mine, I usually run to the refrigerator, and then after that, I run to the bathroom. And as long as you do that, you get your 2 runs in every day.
If I did all that, I'd have the runs every day for sure. But
yeah.
Also, what has upset me is that in the CSC, there's that little bottom news ticker, and I like put made up stuff in there and fun little facts. And Garrett Rakowski's favorite food is shrimp. I know what. I don't think Garrett hasn't said a thing about it yet. Shrimpy shrimp.
Remember that? So we were laying in bed, and when I was because when I got home from my match on Wednesday, we were laying in bed, Allie and I, and she fell asleep, so I'm watching it, and all of a sudden I busted out laughing because that was the first time I ever noticed the ticker at the bottom. And I was like, oh my God. She was like, what's so funny? I said, no, it's I just saw Garrett Rakowski's favorite food is shrimp. And she was like, oh, he likes shrimp. I was like, no. And then I didn't want to tell her the story. I said, just go back to sleep, honey. And I said it goes back to the NBA with like Marco and all that when we were playing Marco and God, who is he shooting with? Oh, Nico. Yeah, he was shooting with Nico. So every time we got back, or was he shooting with LL? I can't remember. But we would go, like this for the shrimping thing. But yeah, that's definitely an off-camera conversation. So I'm not gonna go all full Nick and start dropping swear words
stuff on the mic. That's reasonable. You're a better man than I.
Yeah.
We got a couple more comments in here since the food discussion. Our chat's lit right now. By the way, they are loving the food talk.
Good.
Carter Underwood says, "Why doesn't Porky open his own buffet?" And then Scuba Steve said, "Because there wouldn't be any profit."
Yes. So did I ever tell you my buffet story? That I was thinking about opening my own buffet at one time. So it was just a small concept. It was going to be called Help Yourself. And it was going to have every single type of hamburger helper that they make. And hey.
Allie just brought him food, by the way, guys.
Oh, she brought me some strawberry rhubarb pie.
Don't spill it.
Oh, yeah, with ice cream. Strawberry rhubarb pie.
Strawberry rhubarb apple pie.
Apple pie. Is it in there too?
It's all together. You bought it.
You mixed it up?
You bought it.
But it was two different pies.
No. One pie is a salted caramel apple pie, and the other one is a strawberry rhubarb apple pie. You need to learn how to read.
To the PPD, everybody.
Oh my God.
He doesn't know how to read.
I thought I just bought a strawberry rhubarb pie, but it's a strawberry rhubarb apple pie. So that's even better.
Okay.
So
All right.
It's
an old age. Once you hit 50, you can't read anymore.
I would be lost without her.
Yes,
definitely.
You would.
Are you 50? How old are you, Porky?
I will be 51 in a couple months.
Wow.
I'm older than you.
I'm 50. I'll be 51 in April.
And I just turned 46.
See? Yep. And she's my 46-year-old.
She's 26.
I know she does look
it. Favorite.
That's that Colombian blood. That's what it is. Right. Yep. I'm surprised I'm still alive.
We all are too, brothers. It looks like they are loaded into our final here for Division 1. Quick shout out to everyone that was participating. Casey Jones saying horseshoes are a fat kid delicacy. That's my favorite bullshooter amateur, Casey Jones. Michael Hagnow saying oval's a shape. We got questions from Cole about Sunday football food. Guys, you guys were awesome. Thanks. And then we got Justin Monahan saying Porky for president. And so, chat, thanks for helping us stall out there for a little bit while we were waiting for this match to get going.
Keeps it exciting, definitely. And for Sunday food, I don't watch football, so I can eat whatever I want. There's no such thing as football food for me on Sundays. I watch darts. I watch this USA Darts and the PPD stream.
Ryan, what are your thoughts on everything, man? Did you enjoy that segment?
All I did was just sit back and listen, and I'm like, I cannot compete with the Food Talk show for Porky. All I can do is comment or ask questions. But as far as competition with where to eat and what dishes are great and how they're prepared, no way. I know better. No way.
Thank God we're not on camera.
Speaking of camera, we've got ourselves a final, folks. Carl, I'm got me on food. Carl, Raymond, and Tommy take on Jason, Jeremiah, and John. I'm going to mess it all up as usual.
Ramon,
Carl, and Tommy out of West Coast Starters of Florida, taking on Motor City Entertainment, Michigan boys, Jason, Jeremiah, and John. Jason, Jeremiah, and John have are on the cork, 140 to try to beat. Carl, Ramon, and Tommy are your king seat holder. They've got to be double dipped. They've got to be triple dipped. The team of Jason, Jeremiah, and John have to be double dipped. They're coming in with one loss.
So my favorite mispronunciation of names on any of these streams is for JC. When you guys say La Maquina or what are some of the other pronunciations they say? Yeah, La Maquina, right? Is that how you guys say it sometimes? You or
La
Will?
La
Maquina.
Maquina. La Maquina.
Yeah. So it's so actually it means the machine in Spanish, but it's La Máquina. So it's actually a real good group, also a music group, La Máquina. So they always say that in their song. But if you ever get a chance, listen to it. But
Oh,
yeah,
I've
that one
just
always cracks
screwed
me
that
up.
one up then. La
Yeah.
Maquina. They're like, oh, this guy's an idiot. Back to the
La
match.
Máquina.
Six darts open for our team from Florida. Michigan battling back on the 19s.
That's a big 7 mark. This is going to be interesting. This is what we were waiting for, was a nice battle where all 3 players are just clicking on all cylinders, and it's going to be a good one here.
To the 20s, only manages 4. Aya to the 19s. Can mark 6, may look at the 20s. He does mark 4, takes a small point lead. Ramon back to the 20s. Does he take a look here?
I was going to say I would stay up at the 20, and I would have been wrong again.
So you would have tried to mark 2 trip 20s before you take the look?
Yeah, because I mean, trip 19, that's going to give him 209 in the point lead, and yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. Leave him that
So
shot.
are you marking at least 4 on the 19s before you take a look?
If I was John right there,
Yeah.
I would have to mark 6 on the 19 before I'd even take a look at that 20. Just for the simple reason that they already have 2 marks on it. Tommy just closed it.
Looking to gain the point lead, unable to on dart 2. Does get it with dart 3. 18s or 17s for Team Michigan.
Watch him go 16.
Bullseye. I mean, who knows?
Right?
I mean,
At the rate we're going.
You know, I try to call this kind of how I'm going to go in my head on how I want to move around the board, and then they do something different. I'm like, okay,
Yep.
well, I was wrong. But
And,
just like that, there's a big 9.
Exactly. You know, this is when I miss Sean, because like, what do we say on the 9 except for, oh yeah, it's a big 9. At least he has the boom goes the dynamite thing.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah.
Was that good, or I mean,
that was way too good. You're better than Sean at that.
Oh no. Sean can call a rock throwing contest and make it interesting.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, only one on the 17 for Maya. He's been great on the 17s in the past. Just a tough round there. Ramon looks to get the point lead. He's got to stay there for the point lead. And he does it.
Yeah, he does bare minimum. Sometimes that's all you need.
Sometimes you just want that 1 dart over, just so you know you push them back for 1 dart out of their hand.
Exactly.
What I get frustrated for is knowing that I needed 1 dart to push them, and I don't hit it, and they've got a free shot on my house.
Oh yeah, that's always the worst. Is Tommy gonna do
17s.
some Tommy stuff? There you go. It's a good last, not enough, but enough to keep Jason thinking.
Do you close and move, or you close and point?
I would close in point. Oh, I'd still close. There we go. But I mean, even a 4 mark on the 16s off the bat gives them, is going to give Carl a shot to take a look at the 18. I think that's what he's going to do. If he would have hit
6
the
on the
first
16s.
That's
387 plays 353. $54 gives him 409.
One more up there. Yep. He's staying all day.
The dynamics of the triples versus the dynamics of a singles.
Yes.
I stayed on the 16s. You trip that that's 16, and you've got a small point lead, and you got the small house. Are you taking a shot of that 18 at this point of the game?
Yeah, because this is the first game. You got plenty of time to recover from that. I definitely would have taken the shot. A little higher risk and higher reward. This one here too. I mean, if I hit the first triple, I'm taking a look at that 18, and Tommy is definitely capable of doing that. I'm looking at the 18 right now, which he did.
Makes the move. Didn't get
Stay
it.
with it. There it is. Oh, he went back down.
Went down, marked 48. 531 plays 461. Going to need at least 4 trip 18s, 5 18s. Let's take a look.
Yep. Or
70.
Yeah, four 18s. Ooh, now he's got to stay there. Single will give him a 2-point lead. Triple gives him an even better lead, 38-point lead. So same thing here. I mean, same position. I tripped that first 16. I'm taking a look at the 18. Oof.
Ooh. Open door right there for Jeremiah.
3 fat singles on the 16.
We've seen him do it earlier matches where he went 3 fat 17s in a similar situation as this. Will he do it again?
No. But he does that. Wow.
That is a big monster 9.
That
big
is
monster
timing.
9. To the bull. Does get it closed. Didn't add any extra points. 547 plays 623. 3 bulls needed.
Wow, they're not taking any chances, huh?
No.
Yeah, you missed that.
I know
first
he didn't
ball.
mark. He didn't mark, but a single 18, trip 18, anything's getting it back to his opponent or his partners. Oh, double bull. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Jason, I would stay right on that trip 18.
I wouldn't move. I'd put all 3 darts in. I want to give Maya the free look.
Exactly. Take that pressure off of him to hit that hat. Perfect shot. Perfect.
And just like that, he marks 7, which gives him a 102-point lead. That one shot created 5 bullseyes. Trip 18, trip
Wow.
18. Team from Florida, well back's got a lot of work doing the Bulls.
Yep. And they're playing smart. You know, they're going to keep that point lead and make sure it's out of their hands to, you know, giving the opponent the winning shot.
I think now we'll get the Bull shot right here. 110-point lead.
I think he's
118
going to take. Yep. There it is.
He does get one. Evans will back at 110. Does not have darts in hand. Tomsky for the win.
There it is.
And there it is for leg number 1. Team from Michigan.
And that was a good battle.
It's a really good battle. We noticed that the team from Michigan kept that high ground and just kept them forced them all the way around to the board, forced them all the way into the bull, and then held the high ground so they couldn't work back off that bull.
Exactly. I mean, and then that might be too much pressure for their opponents to come back on. You know, there's a big psychological game that goes on with that too.
Carr opens up for Team Florida, only manages 2. Jason looks to open the 20 and point. Does manage just 3. Would you have closed that 20 on dart 1?
Yes, absolutely. Not on dart 3.
How many times have you pulled up for a close shot on the top of the board and you strayed the 1 or 5?
I'd probably say more times than I've eaten plates at the buffet.
How many times? I mean, I find myself frustrated when I don't close it. I would have closed it on dart 1 and then worked my 19s because I have a tendency to trip 19, go for the 20, rush that shot, and get into the 1s and 5s.
Exactly. You know, yeah, you just take it for granted. It's like, all right, it's just right up there atop that big segment. You just need one mark on it, and boom, something happens. Something goes wrong.
Playing this leg close. They close the 19, only marked 2 17s. And only going to manage 2. Evans to the 17s.
Is Evans going to do Evans stuff here? So far, so good.
So far, so good.
And there he is, Tommy Evans.
Florida boys out in front, 102 to 38. Michigan back to the 18s. Does have 2 marks on the 17s.
Oh, wow. Sorry,
Took
this
that
pie.
shot at the 17.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that was exactly what we were just talking about, right? Just getting that stray.
Oh, and he went for the double and he missed outside. Only manages to mark 1. Advantage back to Michigan. That 18s was their weapon in the last leg. Will it turn to be their weapon in this leg?
I think it will. You got to go down. Smart dart. Smart dart. But we've seen some crazy stuff, though. You know, if we would have called the 17, he would have stayed at the 18, right?
A safe bet was to trip the 18, close the 17. However, just like that, 16s were marked and
Yep.
pointed, and 18s were closed.
Yeah. And now this puts a lot of pressure on John right now.
If he marks 4, do you take a look?
No, not in his case. Stay right on the 15. He's our third player in the lineup, and he would have to get as many points as he can get, especially with Tommy behind him. Absolutely.
Evans at a 118, plays 170. Evans has got the 16. Only
Ooh.
manages 2. What's your shot here if you're Jason?
3 singles. It's a 16. There you go. Now at the 15, just a single, we'll buy an extra bull. And that's even better. That's a bonus.
Carl to the bull. Down 75. Needs to at least close. He gets the 4. Gains 25 towards.
Thing was 65.
Burgers got the point lead and the house of 15s.
Yep. Good first. Big shot.
There it is. That is the first match win for Team Michigan of Jeremiah, Jason, and John as they set up the next round. So it's 1 loss for each. Now we'll move to the losers bracket format, which is cricket, 701 cricket. And we'll stay there unless both teams each have 2 losses before we go to a one leg shootout.
Guys, I have to fill you in. I've been having a whole plot line, storyline of my own developing back here.
Okay.
It's actually crazy what just happened. So at the Wooden Nickel, one of our other streaming locations, I saw that there was a team in the third place match. They were the last team left in the tournament in the bar. And so I texted someone that I knew was at the bar, and David Almont, and I said, David, can you, if they win their third place match, move them over? I don't want to text them while they're playing and cause any jinxes or anything. I've been bad about that lately. And he's like, okay, you know what? Sure. And then in the middle of their third place match, they won the first dip, and then he had to move to play the last dip on the stream board. And I was like, what are you doing? You made a move in the middle of their third place match. I can't even show it yet. We're showing the Division I finals. Like, no one can see this league except for me right now. And then he said, too bad, your fault, didn't read it. So then they play, and I'm not kidding you, the team that they were playing against, Josh, Kevin, and Scott, all power to them, missed 5 darts for 1 bolt, and then they came back and won it. So thankfully, Wes White, then, who was playing on the stream board, said, it can't be Nick's fault, we won a match now. So I just want to let you guys know, I was holding my breath thinking I was about to get blamed for another jinx, even when I tried to prevent said jinx. That's what was happening in the background.
Oh, man.
Well, there we go. Mr. Production Manager getting people ready for us to play, get them moved around, get them on boards they don't want to play on, and help them win, I'm sure.
Oh, man.
Here we go on the diddle. 3 darts mark. Highest scorer will go first. He manages 41.
Left side.
Left side, left side, left side.
Oh, that's risky. That's so risky. You don't want to know what's going on behind the scenes on my end, Nick.
We can hear a fair amount of it sometimes. I'm just kidding.
No,
You're just
you know,
munching, aren't you?
yeah, but that's the thing is, so I bought a strawberry rhubarb pie, which turned out to be a strawberry rhubarb apple pie. And
yes, we were here for that part of the episode.
Yeah, traditionally it has a flaky topping. This one has a crumble topping because I couldn't get my spoon through it. And it has like a butter toffee type topping. So I'm even happier.
I just want to say real quick, I appreciate Ryan sitting primed and ready to say, here we go, start the finals, as Porky starts rambling about pie. This is one of the funniest things from the producer's POV.
And do we got a 9 mark coming? Nope, 7.
All right, here we go on match number 2.
They already
the
went.
Team from Florida taking on the team from Michigan. Michigan has won the cork, and they open up a 7 mark.
And
Porky, what are your thoughts on the rhubarb pie?
Yeah, I would have stayed up at the 20s on that one because now we're getting down to the nitty gritty.
The Porky food talk has hit the too many. We now have the infinity sign coming up next.
Right?
Maya closes the 19s.
That
Rips that 20 for more points. Carl Powers, got to have the 18s or 17s. Going to have to mark at least 7.
Good on the first, second. Look at that. See, this is what I mean. Like you can't take any chances right now because it seems like all 6 players are firing pretty good. And he takes a chance at the 18. But comes
took
back
one
with
shot.
The 2.
Yeah, he took the one shot, but he went trip 20. So that 6 on the 20 was huge.
Yeah, and that's their 3rd player in the rotation. So I mean, like I said, all 6 players are firing, and you can't play around. You can't take those chances and those big darts, those hero darts.
Manages 3 on the 18s. Door open for Topsky. Would like to mark it triple right here.
He's taking the safe route with the big target. Perfect. Back up.
Now, I like that move.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, the 3 singles. Yep. The 3 singles were such a
value
shot.
versus a single 17.
Yeah.
And I know they could have marked the trip 17, but a single 17 would have just been a straight mark.
Exactly.
Here comes Maya. He's been hot. We'll look to get rid of the 17s. And moves to the 16s, getting rid of the 17s. Powers, either 15s or 16s. Gonna have to mark at least 7. Does manages 6. Advantage still for the boys of Michigan. John's got the 20s to work with. We'll look to close the 16s.
Oh, that was a close one.
And he knows it. He's shaking his head and walking away from the line on that one.
That will make you pucker up.
Mm-hmm. Not going to get it done on that turn. Does throw the 20. 15's wide open. Does get it with 3. There's nothing wrong with 3 shots on there. Forces your opponents to the bull. 20s and 15s are your houses to work with.
Very safe shot.
I know sometimes we get it in our heads like, crap, I wanted to trip that so I could go to the
Mhm.
bull. You got plenty of room. Throw 3 fats, take a nice time, get it done. Your partner will get your bulls.
Yeah, especially with was that 69-point lead?
Marks 2 bulls, grabs a 15 on the fly off. Our division seat, 1 key seat holders from Florida, Carl, Ramon, and Tommy, trying to stay in this leg here. Does get the bulls close, only manages to get 1 for the win and to take the leg.
And now they move to the 701, correct?
That is correct. Loser will start. So our team from Florida will go first. Full bull, open in, open out. Both teams have a loss, so we will play another match after this one. Oh, he opens up trip 20.
Interesting. Are they going to stop them and say, hey, go Bulls?
Does that leave the door open for our team from Michigan?
You know, I wonder if Tommy thought that was the diddle. Yeah. Now he'd be able to tell. Because
No ton on the turn.
Yeah, because Jason, he went for the bull the first start, but he hit the double. So, but I think when Tommy saw that he hit the single bull the second dart, he was like, "Oh, bull bullseye." But I could be wrong.
These two teams previously met in the king seat match. It went the distance. Our team from Florida, Carl, Ramon, and Tommy, did win it. Jason and Jeremiah battled their way back through the losers bracket. Came here with only 1 loss, and they've got the first match, so each team carrying the loss. Here we are on leg 2 in the losers bracket format to give the other team, one of the teams will gain 2 losses, and we will play this format again.
That is a huge round for him.
That's a big time to have your Hattie.
That is. Now, let's see what Tommy does. He's going bulls, I think. Yep. Yeah, so he must have thought it was the diddle round last time.
Well, to be fair, they've been playing only cricket until that leg.
Yep, exactly. So it gets a little confusing.
318 plays 242.
Florida team with a chance to have the first out. That's all you can ask for. Another big hat.
I was going to say, that's a big hat right there, leave 92.
Oh, yeah.
Puts a lot of pressure on Maya right here. Needs a low ton at least.
One more for good measure. Or 15.
Leaves 100, 2 bulls to win.
Yep.
A fat bull would have left 65. So
There you go.
18.
Look at that. That was a huge, huge shot.
And our teams from Florida takes leg number 2. We are tied up 1-1 in this match. And now we will cork.
Watch him go bullseyes. No.
Producer in the background laughing at you. Be careful. He's a very mean producer.
Yeah.
Only manages 28 on his court.
What am I only curse at people when I think I'm muted. That's fine. I'm not that mean.
Okay.
Hey, if they could only hear how I talk with the microphones off. Oh my goodness. I've had a good training partner watching my mouth. I shoot with Garrett.
I don't think he says a whole lot of choice curse words, does he?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think I've heard him use 3 different words for the same thing when he could have said the 4-letter S word. I think he said crap, poop, and dookie or something like that. I was like, man, why don't you just say, and yeah, he was like, nah.
You guys are treading on a thin line of conversation right now.
All right, guys, here we go.
Well, unlike our producer, at least we don't cross that line.
Yeah, no kidding. We don't get caught. Our team from Michigan has won the cork. Jason is going to open up with trip 20. Moves to the 19s. Doesn't go. Nice 7 mark to open. This mimics last cricket matches opening.
It does. Did he
go
go
to the 19s?
Yeah, did he go 19 that second dart on the last?
Second dart he went 19. No, the last time he went
okay.
trip 20, then went 19.
All right, gotcha.
It's so interesting that he did that, though, right? Because the 2020 then to 19, if you hit the 6 on the 20s, you have free reign to go anywhere because they can't hit a 9 mark and take the point lead and your number away, right? If you go trip 20 and then he hit a single 19, if he didn't hit that last start of the trip 20, he is in a lot more trouble. So it's definitely a high risk, high reward. Typically, you would advise staying for 2 there on the opens. I think trip 20, trip 20, trip 20, or trip 20, trip 20, trip 19 is the best possible openings.
So yeah, and I like 2 trip 20s and then the trip 18. That's my personal favorite.
And that's equivocal to the 19, but instead you're trying to get that second house rather than depriving them of their choice number.
Yep. Yeah, and almost equivocal because you hit a single 18 and then they go 19s. You go up there and you go trip 18, you're getting points, and then you can probably take a look at the trip 19. But I mean, you hit a single 19 and then they come up behind there, they're going to go for the 19s and they closed it. That's pretty much a wasted dart, if that makes sense for you.
No, it definitely is, right? Because if you hit the only a single 19, they close, you're right. That mark is essentially meaningless in the long run.
Yep.
But the other way to think about it too is, if I'm going second, I am usually assuming I'm going to start at 19s. And so to have that taken away from you almost mentally changes expectations for your opponent. That's why I like the 19s over the 18s there. Because I'll be perfectly honest. My idea, if I shot I'm the most, hold on, Topsky gets another 7.
Wow.
I don't know. Because, like, for me, I'm also just a lot more comfortable on the bottom of the board. I mean, playing with Kenny Doyle, you get really good at shooting 17s and 19s. He just loves, those are like his territories, right? So for me, it was just always 20, 20, 19. But only if you, and sometimes I shoot it as a 7 mark 2 where I go for the trip 20, single 20, and the last are 19, but only if I'm blocked.
Yeah. Yep. So as we say in Milwaukee, it's a horse apiece, right?
It's a horse apiece.
Which means a horse apiece. Yep. Which means that's the same whether you do it that way or that way. It's the same result, I guess. It's like a bar dice term or something like that. Is the origin of it.
The more you know with
Ooh.
Borky.
We took a look at that double 18. Did you see that?
Yeah, and so I said, man, oh,
You've got a single shot close on your 20. You should have stayed
Yeah.
there. What?
yeah.
That was a high risk, no reward.
Yeah. And, you know, the Maloney double works for Maloney. You know, he always has that. He's like, you know, I don't tell anyone to do that. You know, it works for me. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. But everybody else is trying it.
I like it.
John backing up his team with 7 or 6 on the 17s. Wanted to mark 7, unable to.
I'm staying on 18s all day. If I'm Ramon, I don't even look at that 17. This is the tiebreaker. You want that advantage. You want to take, out of all these games, you want to take this one right here.
This game right here sets the tone on who has 2 losses and who has 1 loss.
Exactly. He's looking up. He is, and
It
still
hits.
don't agree with it, but it worked.
359 plays 325. Michigan is up. They've got the 17s. The team from Florida has got to mark 16s or 15s to get back in the leg. Only manages 3. So if you're Maya, are you pointing first and then looking, or are you going now?
If I'm Maya, oh no, I'm shooting that 17 till I hit a triple, and then I might take a look at the 16. Otherwise, I'm staying on 17 till I hit a trip.
And State he did. Carl got to mark a lot.
That was the right shot.
Does manage
Once
5.
again, same thing. I'm staying on that 17 until I hit a triple. There you go. Take one look.
Nope,
or do that. Even better. Even better.
I have 29 plays 405, 16s taking on 17s. Need a lot of 48 scores here. Only turned 64. Now do you take a look at it? 469 529.
Absolutely. At least the first start. If I hit a single, I take the 2 fats. Hit a triple, go to the 15. Now I go bull.
And there we are, another coffin shot. Trip 16, trip 15, bullseye. Gentlemen from Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen from Michigan just need 2 nails to close it. It's a big round here for Berger. 2 bulls gives them a 2-1 advantage in win-loss category.
Need a big burger. Or big round from Berger. Yep. Look at that.
Winner. Chicken dinner. Chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Hey. And we will get set up for another match in that same format. Now, if our team from Florida does win it, then we will go to 1 game last chance of cricket. If Jason, Jeremiah, and John win it, they will have secured the win, and they will win it all and take the first place for Division 1. Just a moment while we get them set up. You still working on that pie, Porky?
Uh-huh.
How much? How big a piece was that?
A full bowl and 3 scoops of ice cream.
Oh my word. I don't know how you do it. Where does it go, folks? Where does it go? And we have reached the infinity sign
Right in the
for
toilet.
Porky's Food Talk.
Mm,
See, most
just
people
my
do like when you're at sporting events, you see like the fan cams, the kiss cams, everything. We got Porky eating in a broken Porky Food Talk counter. That's what you get here at
Mhm.
Partners Promoting Darts.
hmm
And when you have a name like Ham and a name like Porky, you know it's going to be food related.
God, we should have themed the whole show around that. We could have done like custom backgrounds, called Warner Bros, and got the licenses here. We could have done a lot with this.
Give out some food gift cards.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I think you might be. I think you have something in your mouth there. I'm not sure. Is that like a mouthful going on?
Of course.
Ryan,
I'm almost done.
Ryan, did you expect this today?
Oh, yeah. I told you when you sent me the message, said, hey, you're going to call the matches with Porky. And I'm like, oh, you know, I'm going to jazz him up. And we've had fun. This has been
Right.
great.
You said you're going to jazz him up. I said you jazz up everybody is what I said, I believe.
Which is ironic because I think they use jazz apples for this for the apple part of the strawberry rhubarb
Oh,
pie.
Lord Almighty.
Mm. Oh, that was good. I'd prefer a honey crisp on that one, but I think if they did use a honey crisp, it would have been too sweet. And then the rhubarb is going to cut the sweetness of the strawberry and the apple anyways. But yeah, it would have been too sweet. So I think they did good with the jazz apples.
I concur.
All right. So, Porky, it's a late night tournament, and you got your opportunities for Waffle House or Taco Bell. What do you choose? It's 3
I
in the
would
morning,
actually
buddy.
It's very easy. I go to I go to both apps and I see which one has the better deal. And considering that I ate at Taco Bell 3 times this week, I know I have a lot of points, so I could probably score like a build your own box meal for free with my points. So I'd probably go there because then I'd get more bang for the buck.
I'll chime on this one. Between those two options, the answer is: am I with somebody or not? If I'm gonna go Taco Bell, I eat alone ashamedly, and if I eat Waffle House, I'm proud to be at a Waffle House. I think it's one of America's greatest things in general.
Oh yeah.
So I'll go to Waffle House if I'm with people, but if I'm by myself, I'm getting me like 5 quesadillas, going to my bedroom and turning off the lights.
Oh yeah, and then you know what? I would actually, as soon as I got done getting my food from Taco Bell, I'd be like, you know what? Hello, Waffle House. Yeah, can I place an order for some loaded hash browns to go, please? And I would go stop there and pick it up, and then go ahead to the hotel because those hash browns are fire at Waffle House.
Smothered and covered, baby.
See, I like the
Exactly.
All-Star. I just walk in, they hand me a menu. I'm like, I'm gonna get the All-Star anyways.
Yeah, that
And
one's
you're gonna give me 15 plates of this little bitty booth. I never fit in the booth, so I got 15 plates. I did the plate stacking.
But I mean, you can't go wrong with like a free big box and then 20-pack of tacos to go, or whatever they do, a 12-pack or whatever. But yeah, either way, you can't go wrong.
Just for context, what we're looking at, because I realized we're getting into food talk. I was like, oh, wait, I guess we do have another final going on here that I did make the move boards for. And if they tuned into nothing except food talk, I would be a little annoyed. So I just real quick here, context of what we're looking at. This is the second dip. Anthony, Ryan, and Wes won the first dip. They do have 2 losses, though. Brad, Dan, and Dennis sitting in the seat there now have 1 loss. This is game number 1 of the second set. Anyways, carry on with the food talk, boys, because we will cut back to the Division 1 finals when they are ready, since we are covering that one in full.
Now, here's the thing. If it's late night and we're at the TOC, I'm going to Whataburger.
Oh, my word, not the Whataburger again. No.
That's what I should have
No.
asked. When you said if it's Taco Bell or Waffle House, where are you going? Well, what city are we in? That's what I should have asked, because then that
Okay.
changes the whole dynamic.
Okay, so then we'll add Whataburger. So you have Taco Bell, Waffle House, Whataburger, and you got 3 people in the car. Waffle
Yeah.
House?
We're going to Whataburger because usually I'm driving since I don't drink. And, well, I'll stop at Whataburger, but if they want Waffle House, we'll go to Waffle House too. And I'll just eat Whataburger before we go into Waffle House.
And then
If
order
that
the
makes sense.
All-Star?
Yeah. Yep. Get the All-Star.
Oh, Lord. And don't forget to load up those hash browns with the chopped, chunked, diced,
Yes.
capped, whatever else it is.
Melted
add the gravy.
cheese.
Yeah.
Well, back to the match, he did get a 41 on the diddle, and he's looking the tie. Oh, there's no tie there.
Only manages 24. Our team from
Ouch.
Florida will start. It is 2 matches for our team from Michigan of Jason, Jeremiah, and John. And then 2 losses for Carl, Ramon, and Tommy. So if Carl, Ramon, and Tommy win this match, 2 out of 3, we'll go to the last leg decider. If the team from Michigan, Jeremiah, Jason, and John win, it is over. We'll play cricket and then 701, and then we'll see what happens after that.
What are you thinking? It's over this match, or are they going to go to the final game of cricket? What do
I
you think?
really think because of the opening 2 matches, the team from Michigan was red hot. They were coming together. Player number 3, John, was just putting in the big darts to push it right back to Jason. Of course, Maya was doing Maya things in the middle.
Yep.
Now remember that Carl, Ramon, and Tommy did win the king seat, and they won it on a 4-3 score line. And here we now. So they have the ability to flip this on top of itself and take it over and send it to the last leg decider.
And that's a good shot. That's what he's going to have to do. Stay on those 19s. And there's another, the commentator's wrong again.
Well, it's actually not a bad move. You have a house, but you're only down 1 point. But you're gonna have to score it. If it's a one-shot close, is one thing. But he had 1 mark on it. It's going to have to be a triple.
Yeah, exactly. It had to be a triple or a double. Heaven forbid it be a double.
Maya to the 17s. Does only mark 2. Tries to close the 19s. I didn't care for the shot, but I mean,
me either. I mean, if you're going to do that on your 3rd dart, you should just went at it from your 1st dart and then force them to close another house and get points. But John is
17s.
continuing. Yeah, he's continuing to just be that anchor for this team right now.
Tommy Evans marking up 76. 133 plays 105. 17s. Trip to 17 right here, close to 19.
Yep, and go right back at the 17. Don't look up. Don't look up. All right, perfect shot.
Nice call on that one, Porky.
Yes, finally got one right.
207 plays 133. Gonna have to mark the 18s. He does manage 5. Still doesn't have the point lead. Berger's got the 17s. Can look at the 18s.
I'd trip the 17 first.
Do want to give a huge shout out to the team of Anthony Fisher, Ryan Oven, and Wes White. So thank you again for moving to the stream board. Unfortunately, they did get knocked out, but they did get a good run in there against Dan Bourne, Brad Bauer, and Dennis Johnson there. So congratulations, and thank you for playing on the stream board.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was actually, when I was going to play Jake for that CSC match, I was actually going to drive up there because it's like a 7-hour drive for me or something like that. But the deal breaker was, besides stopping at the steak buffet in La Crosse on the way up there, I couldn't really think of a good restaurant up in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So I decided to just go to Buzzard's Nest and play them. Side note
is the onion rings at Buzzard's Nest made the decisions for Porky. Back to the match. 275 plays 277. Jason's going to have to mark the 17s. I believe he should stay there.
I do too. Definitely got to, especially going against the 18s. Perfect.
He does mark 6. That's a 100-point turn right there.
Yeah, force your opponent to hit the 9 mark.
Only manages 4. Opportunity right here for Maya. Will he be aggressive? Now take the look. Does grab 6 on the 17s. Doesn't mark the 18s. Even for 4 to 349.
Yep, that's forcing Ramon to just stay on 18s.
John's been a heavy hitter all match.
Yeah, if I'm John, I'm looking at the 18 right away.
He does mark 1 and a 17. Not a bad move. I think I would have won 18 first start, but he did mark 17 and he did mark 18. Oh, and he leaves the door open. You got 2 easy darts to close the 18. You've got a 21-point lead. What are you going to do?
I'm taking the 2 singles first and then dropping back down to the 17. Yep, there's 1. Right in that big pie. Perfect. There it is. Look at that. I don't think he's missed many trip 17s this game.
No, Tompkins, he's been heavy on that 17. Carl's got to have that 16 to fall. Not going to go on dart 1 or dart 2. And underneath on dart 3 for no mark. Door wide open for Maya.
Bullseye. Yeah, look at that. I called it. Yes.
Good turn. Good turn. That's actually the better mark of the 2. People may not realize it on dart 3. Dart 2, I would have looked at the 15s.
Yeah, and like even let's see, you got the 19 or 17 through 20, and you get that 4th one of those numbers closed. I'm usually looking at the bullseye if I have another dart, like leaving that outshot. You hit a single 16 or a single 15, that doesn't leave yourself or your partner, if you're playing doubles, the outshot. But you hit a single or a double bull, you have a chance at the trip and double bull or single bull to take it out.
Tommy Evans got to work with the 715s. Marks it on dart 2. Unable to mark it on dart 3. 475 plays 563. Do we take a shot at the 15s here?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. At least one. Three fat singles. Play the big pie. Money, money. I would shoot that triple first, though, next time.
I would want the triple to fall first.
Right?
Give me a 2-bull finish. To the bullseyes. Carl from the Florida. Only marks 1. Gets the fly off in the 17s. Just 3 bulls needed to take the leg to send us into the 701.
2 bulls. There's 1. There it is. Mr. Burger. Yeah, Jason was tearing it up on those 17s. He ended up with a 5.0 that game.
Here we go on 701. Carl, Ramon, and Tommy will have the start. They need this leg to go to the decider to stay in the match. Right out of the gate, 150.
And he didn't go trip 20s.
I think he realized it this time.
Yep. Oh, yeah. They probably told him before he walked up there, hey, Tommy, remember, full bull. Yeah, I actually stopped in Rockford on my way back from O'Hare Airport, and it was good to see Tommy there. You know, I couldn't believe he came all the way up to Rockford from Florida. I hadn't seen him in a few years.
Yeah, he's been doing some helping out with the Super Darts people there, and rode up with them. Said, why not? I'll help set up and tear down if you throw me in the car, and the rest is history.
Right? I don't know about driving that far with Ian, but, you know, I could think of a whole bunch of other things I'd rather do. But more power to Tommy for doing that.
Ramon, 401. Hat trick thrown by his partners. Needs at least a low ton to continue on.
And you jinxed them. You jinxed them, Ryan.
Commentator curse.
Yep. You just had to say something. Because I was about to say, oh, they're staying perfect right now. And I was like, no. And then you jumped in and saved me.
One way to put the concrete shoes on them and throw them in the lake.
Yep.
Tommy Evans, 339.
Oh.
119 on the low ton. Leaves a manageable 220.
Yep. Nice round number.
Pressure on our team from Michigan. Got to mark at least a low ton. Hat trick would be huge right here. It would just get him there.
One more for that. And he gets it. That was a big round.
That's a pressure shot.
That is, absolutely.
That was a nice fall out of Carl for a nice low ton. To leave 107. Eye on the bull.
Do you notice on his third dart? Yeah, on his third dart, he falls to the right. Or would that be? No, to his left. He falls to his left on his third dart. Did you see that?
Yeah, I I don't know if that's rush, but I do see it out of Jeremiah with that third dart being, and maybe it's not a rush. Maybe it's just a transitional thing.
It's a habit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. What were you going to ask? I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you with the 107, where you go 50-57 or you go 57-50.
Oh, with the full bull, I go 1-7 and wow, look at that, 112. Yeah, I go bullseye single bulls.
And just like that, bull 12 bull gives our team from Michigan a win in Division I. Jeremiah Berger, John Meyer, and Jason Tompkins have taken it all.
And just to give you guys an update, this should be what we have coming up on here. Our last final of the day. I think there's one other team that might still be on the run that on our streaming locations. This is Dan, Lynette, and Tyler versus Brian, Shannon, and Todd. A rematch of the Division 11 King seat that we got a chance to see. And right now, both teams currently at 1 loss as the first dip is complete here. So chalk matchup here.
And you know me, I'm pulling for my Wisconsin team here, Dan, Lynette, and Tyler.
While they cork, I'll be right back.
Cool.
Yes, this should be a good one here. Another chance for us to get a look at the team from Night Owls that have been going on the run today. So someone tag Kyle Luddy in the chat. He is commenting all through the King Seat match. He probably wants to see this final. And from what I saw, it was a pretty... It went the full distance in that first set of cricket legs. But what people didn't see was that last leg, the team from Indy just absolutely dominated. So I'm curious to see if they maintain that form here. And no matter what, we're guaranteed at least 2 more best of 3s, just like we saw in our other final.
Yeah, and if they can keep that momentum going, this is going to be tough for the Wisconsin team.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an easy match in All-Star Triples. It's one of those tournaments where you could play in it 10, 15 times and you could win it 10, 15 times. You could also never win it once, right? Yep. And it's so, especially when you're looking at Division 11, right? You look at Division 1, you look at teams that are supposed to be like optimal mathematical pairings that like are trying to fit perfectly under the 12 cap. On the other hand, you look at like Division 11, these are probably 3 friends. They're people that will have an inherent level of chemistry versus I know for a fact, I remember I had this team where it was myself, this guy named Nick McNamee, and Mike Villanueva. And us 3, we played 5 or 6 All-Star Triples in a row, and we were always hovered between level 8 to level 3 depending on what month it was and where averages were at. But we did well because we had that dynamic together, because we got along as friends. And I've had like mathematically perfect teams, as by the way, Jason Topsky took off his shirt in celebration for their win in the background. Sorry, just caught that. We got a Mike Scarborough moment on our side cam.
I was gonna say we got a Mike moment.
Yep. But yeah, no, team chemistry is so important. And that's what these teams, you're going to see a lot in these middle divisions.
Except for in the case of Dan, Lynette, and Tyler. I don't think they're friends. They're just all
know each other.
I think it's Tyler's their son, and Dan and Lynette are the parents. Maybe they don't like each other. They just play well together.
They play darts, but go to their separate ways, huh?
Yep. They go back home like, go to your room, Tyler. You're done. You only shot a 20-something today. No car for you. You know, that is one thing I'm looking forward to is, with Zyla, I think when she gets a little older, I want to do some mixed doubles tournaments with her.
St. Patty's, Lake of the Ozarks.
That would be good. She wouldn't want to be in the car that long for a dart tournament.
No, it's a long drive for you.
It's like 7.5 or 8 hours, I think. Not too bad. Well, 9 hours if you include the stop in Springfield for that horseshoe.
Is the horseshoe that good?
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm planning on coming down to the Ozarks this year. So if I do, I will bring you one.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's amazing. You'd probably drive from one Springfield to the other Springfield just to have one.
Well, in my Springfield, we don't eat our pets either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's the other Springfield, not the farther Springfield. Yeah, there's too many Springfields.
Ryan Cook looks to close the 19s. He gets it done. Lynette got to work with the 18s or 17s.
She's gonna go 17s. That's her number, I think. And she's going 18s. So I was wrong again. Dang it.
240 plays 190. Shannon's opportunities are on the 18.
Oh,
Only manages 2. See how her darts were laying down?
no, I kind of missed it.
Well, next time she comes up, watch how her darts are laying down across the segments.
Okay.
Wonder if they just bad tips in there, or that's just because of her throw.
Yeah, like the real crooked or very flimsy tips.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big close.
Big 18, big trip 17. Arrowwood, forced to 16s and 15s or both.
I like your safe cover there.
Oh, I used them all. I mean, Kirsten.
Yep, exactly.
Whoa, trip 16, fat 16. Big 6 mark to take the point lead and to gain a house.
Yep. That's all it takes. I mean, Dan is a good shot. He's a good shot around here. You know, he'll play some of the Masters leagues that we have in the area, so he's definitely capable.
Now with the camera angle, everyone looks like their darts are hanging low, but hers were really low, like they were
Extra
like weak
low,
tips.
huh?
How often do you change the tips on your darts?
Now that I'm using a heavier dart, I'm using the 20 gram. Quite often. The reason being is because my ring finger of my right hand, I usually have on the tip of the dart. So if it's a little bent, it's going to throw my shot off a little bit. When I played with the L-style bar lips, hardly ever. You know, I got a bag of like 1,000 tips that I got 12 years ago, and it doesn't even look like I put a dent in them. But those are the 1/4-inch tips, so I can't even use them.
Right.
But yeah, I change them quite often now with the heavier dart for sure.
Todd Hampton throwing 300 to 286. Goes for the 16s for the close. Back to the points.
Oh,
Did not mark, but that was a good strategy. Didn't happen on the first start, so I'm going to add 2 more back for my team.
Yep. But now with Dan coming up, I mean, he has the opportunity to take the point lead and shut down the 20s. I would shut down the 20s right now, just so it's not that big of a gap. There you go. Now you got to take a look at that 17. He was there.
334 plays 300 now. 17s versus 16s. Cook's going to have to mark that 17.
Ooh.
Only manages 1.
3 fat singles to close.
I was going to say, if you're Lynette, now's the time.
Yep. Even if he would have hit another single and tied the score, I definitely still would have went for the close on that 17.
Close she did with a trip 17. Shannon to the 15s.
All right, let's take a look at these darts.
See how low they're hanging to others?
Yeah, that could be the angle of that camera. A lot of people jumping on the
go there.
What was that, Todd?
Tyler didn't get it to go there. Missed all three at the 15.
Oh, gotcha. I was gonna say a lot of people jumping on the stream. John Pilgrim, one of our local guys. Showtime. Tammy, of course. Hi, Tammy. See you in a couple weeks. And Alicia, the new mama, my old mixed doubles partner.
Arwood gets rid of the 15s and points to 16s.
Look at that.
That is another monster 9.
That is. And, you know, Dan, he's lighting it up this match.
Brian Cook only manages 2. Lynette to the bowl. She's got 16 and 15s to work with as well.
Yeah, it's a good start. Sitting pretty in this first game for sure for the Wisconsin team. Shannon, almost with that big hat.
Bullseye.
And the kid gets it done.
Brian, Shannon, and Todd will go first in this leg. Dan, Lynette, and Tyler take leg number 1 of this double dip situation or triple dip situation.
Triple dip. Or is it double dip? They're going to 701?
Yes, so both teams have 1 loss right now. So
1 loss
each. No matter what, we're going to see the end of this best of 3 and at least 1 more. It's about who has the advantage going into the next set.
Gotcha. Yeah, at this level, the low tons are going to make the big difference.
.632 plays .598. Brian Cook looks to increase their lead. He's a low ton or better. Not going to happen. Big opportunity now for Lynette. Low ton to get out in front.
Oof.
Tough round right there. Only manages 32. We know Shannon can hit the bulls. Tyler manages 54. Todd Hampton, 508. Low ton or better.
Yep. He's going to have to work on his fallouts. Tyler. Fell into the 1 and then the 3. There's a big hat trick. I'm looking at Danwick coming back with a hat trick of his own. Never mind. Yep, number 9.
Commentator Curse only creates 51. He was going for 150 until Porky said something. Unfortunately, only I was able to get 51. 58 for Brian Cook.
Dan is going to kill me.
Opens up with the bull. Backs it with the bull.
Back-to-back
Call that one.
Hatties. Yep.
Brian Cook, 300 on the turns, 6 darts. Well, back at 495, playing 208.
And Lynette.
Harwood team's going to have to make some damage here. Low ton on the turn.
Big ton. Well, they got out status, so that's good. Being the first team to get to an out is very, very big. Especially with your opponent sitting at 390.
At this point, would you try to chase the 129?
Nah.
Or if you miss on dart 1, would you just try to set it up properly?
I would just set it up. I mean, just it's the same theory in steel tip. You know, your opponent's not at an out. Why screw yourself?
Well, he said, I'm not going to screw anybody. I'm going to take it out.
Exactly.
Bullseye, chip 17, double 14 for a 128.
Yep. Got it down to a 0 and froze his opponent.
And we will cork right here. Highest score will go first in this last leg decider in match number 2. Each team with a loss. This is the big leg right here.
I'm not saying anything.
Porky. Nope.
Look at that.
And with Porky not saying anything, that's 121 on the turn. Don Hampton's got a lot to work with. Porky, say something.
That is a huge diddle. Oh.
And just like that, no commentator comments. A 140 gives Ryan, Shannon, and Todd the start.
Wow.
We don't say anything, and they score great courts.
Yep.
So we will go ahead and take a break for the next hour and let them guys.
Yep. I'm just going to mute my microphone, go get another plate of fried rice, put a piece of pie on top of that, and some ice cream.
Don't forget the yum yum sauce.
Oh, the yum yum sauce. I mixed it in when I cooked it. I can't believe I used the whole bottle of that stuff.
Oh,
my
Lord
goodness.
Almighty.
I did 5 cups of rice. So, yeah, we filled up like 4 containers of fried rice. So I brought one to work and kept 3 here because I'm greedy.
Wow. We're at the Infinity Plus for Porky's Food Talk. Team Wisconsin trying to battle back from that 5-mark open. Only manages 3. Cook's been on and off. Looks to mark the 19s. Still got the 20s to part.
Oof. That close was so important. Lynette does some damage. Makes them pay.
Shannon closes the 20 or 19. Looks to mark the 20s. She does manage to get one, but the damage is done. Tyler forced to the 18s.
Where's he going to go for the close? Nope, he's going 18s. You got that one, Ryan. Is that a little bit of indecision between the 18 and the 20? It's a trip one. Been there, done that plenty of times.
I don't think he was trying to close at the 8. Look at the 18s. I think he was just trying to get himself adjusted for the lie of the dart.
Yeah. That was a big third right there for Todd. Definitely needed. For a second, I thought he was going to look at the 18, but he made the right choice. He made the right choice.
Dan Arwood does manage to mark the 18s. Still don't have the point lead. Brian Cook has the 20s.
That's a big close.
Lynette, she's been solid all match on the 17s. She'll look to go there. Only manages 2.
Is that a commentator's skirt?
Yeah, maybe. Shannon's been really tough on him as well. So let's see if I give her the jinx back.
Nope. Oh, yeah, nope.
She marked it 3.
And she stays there. Very good. You know, a 27-point difference with Dan coming up behind me, I probably would have taken a stab with the 3 singles and just going single 17 to close and then the 2 single 20s to close. And then leave it up to Todd and Dan on my team to, Todd's going to make them pay. That is a huge, huge round. Wow.
We gotta give it to him. Boom goes the dynamite.
Wow.
That's a big one right there.
That was really good timing.
Brian Cook to the Bulls. A lot of options for points. Looks to close it out here. He does mark 2. A lot of pressure on the Arwoods. Lynette to go. Got us to work on the bull. Grabs the 18. And right here, to send us to the next match,
there it is.
That'll do it. So now Brian, Shannon, and Todd still have only got 1 loss, but Dan, Lynette, and Tyler have 2 losses. So we'll stay in that losers format. And if Cook and Mingland and Todd win this match, we will be done. You're not going to go to sleep on me, are you, Porky?
You know, yeah. Maybe if I start thinking about food again, I'll wake up.
You know, there's the 2 things that we've known you for. We've talked all day about the food. What about the nap? How important is the nap to Mr. Porky?
Oh, it's very important. When you get up at this age, you definitely got to sneak a nap in every single day. I don't care where you are, sitting on the couch. Usually when I get done at the shop, I come home, sit on the couch, fall asleep. Zyla wakes me up and says, Dad, you got to take me to volleyball. And then we're off the volleyball, and then I got to stay up. So, but I hydrate good. So I wake up at 4 o'clock every morning, use the bathroom, and then I'm up for the day.
Oh no, not this fat guy. When I get up at 4, I go right back to bed. Of course, I get
Not
up
me.
at midnight. I get up at 1. I get up at 2. I get up at 3. I get up at 4. I get up at 5. I get up at 6.
Man, yeah, that's too much interruption into my sleep. If I was in that position, I'd be wearing diapers.
No.
Yeah.
I can't bring myself to it. I'll just get up.
Nope. Wear a diaper, go to sleep, just sit there, let it go, and just wake up that one time at 4 o'clock and jump right in the shower.
No.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. This is the hardest all-star trip stream of all time because I did not eat before we started, and I am probably the hungriest I have ever been near a microphone.
Oh my God. Why don't you just go and grab something? We can't see you. You stay quiet most of the time.
That's fair. I'm not back here cursing the whole time, right? Can you guys confirm that for the
Yeah.
chat?
I can confirm that.
No, definitely. It's been a good show today. I mean, this is our last. Well, I mean, we have the CSC still, but we have not much time left before TOC starts. Ryan, you're going to be on the mic there with Sean Green, and I know we're going to be rotating and doing some shifts. But are you excited for it?
I am excited. Of course, I've been in the TOC since 2013. As a player, I did not play last year at all. I just went up and for a day and a half, and then of course this year, I didn't play at all. Of course, I didn't qualify at all. I took a big break from soft tip because I've had a little bit of I've had some heart troubles the last 3 years, so I picked steel tip. Was a little bit less demanding on league, and the local traveling was easier. So I haven't focused much on soft tip. I have gotten back in it. But commentary is going to be first for me.
No, I agree. I mean, you got to take care of your health first, and soft tip is a very, very physically demanding part of darts. It's people don't understand it. Like I'll usually joke around, especially when I go to the steel tip tournaments. They're like, "Oh, are we going to catch you sleeping?" No, not really. Not at a steel tournament, because it's all single elimination. You get your breaks and all that stuff, where you just go right back to the room, grab something to eat, and relax until the next event starts. So it's not as physically demanding.
The one great thing with Dart Connect on the steel tip side,
Yeah.
is you know where you're at in the event. You can look at the brackets. Your next. Let's say you get knocked out at noon and you aren't playing again until 2:30. You got plenty of time to eat. When you soft tip tournament, especially the one like the bull shooter, I mean, it's double elimination. It could be all day and all night. And most of that is sitting in a chair, watching the bracket, waiting to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Too physically demanding on me as a player for the last 3 years. So now the TOC moves along pretty good, but I had to take a break. I had to take a break from something. So I took the break from the soft tip competition. And then my steel tip was hardly any travel, mainly state of Missouri.
Yep.
But I filled in the travel with the commentary, and people are like, "Well, do you like the idea you're not playing?" Didn't bother me. Went all the way to the Las Vegas Open for the big ADO steel tip tournament and didn't play a lick. And that is a tough dart. He threw to market 421 to 416, and he got a miss. So we have Dan and Lynette and Tyler going first in this next match. Remember, if Brian, Shannon, and Todd win it, it's over. 2 out of 3.
So are you going to be in Kansas City in person?
Yeah, I'll be in Kansas City in person.
All
I was in Shark
right.
Take in person, and then I remoted for I don't know, 3 or 4 events.
Yep.
Which city? I did all the remote for that. It all depends, like with multiple things going on, like Nick and Sean doing the Rockford bull shooter.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remoted. I still worked just like I would there live. It just was from home.
Yep.
For which city? So, but I'll stay home from a local event or an event close if I need to commentate.
Gotcha.
And here we go. Cricket 701 cricket. If the Arwoods win this, we're going to one leg decider. Arwoods opened up with didn't mark, and Lynette looks to mark the 20s.
Oof. Commentator's curse.
Tough open for
That
both teams are tough on the open.
Very solid. Solid, safe shot.
Tyler looked to go to the 19s, opens with the double. Only manages to close it. Shannon wants to get rid of it. Gets it to go on dart 2. And
Big,
dart
big
3,
shot.
trip 20. We got jazz hands as we go. Yay! Trip 19, trip 20, big 6 mark.
Is that what those are? Jazz hands? Those aren't
Jazz hands.
shrimpies?
Shrimpies, jazz hands, whatever you want to call them. That's a 90s thing back in the day. Jazz hands.
Oh yeah.
And the team of Brian, Shannon, and Todd are moving right down the board. 18s are gone and 2 marks on that 17. Lynette forced into the 17s or 16s for the new house.
Yeah, see, when you said the jazz hands, that reminded me of that old song, Putting on the Ritz. Remember that
Putting
song?
on the Ritz. That's exactly what
Yeah,
it's from.
Putting on the Ritz. It's ironic because the guy that sang that, his name was Taco. And I could really go for a taco right now.
Oh, Lord.
I forgot the food counter is now the nap time alert. So
right?
Sorry guys,
I know.
the food counter is permanently broken. Now it's Porky nap time, and it's always now.
Right.
So Nick, how is your stomach right now?
I'll be honest. I'm dieting.
You're probably hungry.
I'm hungry, but I'm dieting, so it ends up. It's like I'm super dieting today. No, honestly, I knowing that this is our last final that we're covering. I'm like, all right, so I can make I can make taco bowls tonight, like a taco salad bowl. I was thinking about making some of those. I was thinking about maybe I've been eating a lot of chicken wings lately. I've been on a chicken wing kick. That's all I'm thinking about. And to everyone in chat, this is Division 11, by the way.
Division 11. Oh, people are asking. I see that now.
117 plays 82. Todd's team has been lining up this leg. He wants to move forward, get rid of the 16s, and get the 15s.
I'd go 15s first. You already got a mark on it. You never know. You could score on it, hit that first triple, grab a few points while you're at it.
I'm speaking of points, goes to the 20s. Back to the 16s to close. I guess sometimes our way is not the right way.
Correct. Yep. You know, another idea, Nick, is you could do a walking taco.
Oh, I love walking tacos. That's my favorite like trendy food probably right now. But trying to cut out the carbs. I was actually talking about this the other day, but I used to be 100 pounds lighter than I am. So I've been hardcore trying to work on getting back in shape here. Especially because every time I'm on camera, I'm like, man, what if I took up less of the shot? So I've been working on that. But honestly, just eating healthy, eating right, and then eating consistently.
Yeah.
The key is not actually to necessarily eat less. Like, yeah, if you're having 5,000 calories, and if you're doing a porky diet, maybe dial back a little bit. But otherwise, I mean, it's just about changing what you eat, and it's a big thing. So no sodas, other than the occasional energy drink for me with no sugar. Staying away from sweets and desserts, doing salads. And this also ties into me working on my darts game as look at that. Shannon does get the close on the 15s there. The big thing is the better body, sound, mind that you are, whether it be through physical health, mental health, or whatever else, makes you a better dart player. And that's part of the motivation behind it all too. Currently 1 month in and 20 pounds down.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, the endurance is a big part of darts, and, as much as I eat and I joke around and stuff like that, I still do a lot of physical stuff outside of darts. So it does help. You definitely got to be in good physical shape too. It's, I don't know. I was just very fortunate with my metabolism that I don't have to work hard at watching what I eat and things like that. But back then, that's when I actually did run a few miles every day. But now it's catching up, of course. I can't just sit around anymore. So, and especially ever since the stroke, I'm sure, Ryan, you're going through the same thing where you had to change a couple of the diet things and all that stuff just to kind of, depending on what kind of medications you're on and everything. Because I know I take like 10 pills a day. I think my favorite one is the fish pill because I think it kind of cleans out my system.
I do take the fish oil pill every day.
Yep.
I'm on 17 medications.
All right. So I'm catching up.
Yeah. A lot of those, though, I mean, here's the thing. Heart medication's about 3, but it's vitamins.
Gotcha. Yep. And the vitamins are good.
I've noticed since I've added the D3, the vitamin D, and then the fish oil to I feel a lot better. I have a lot more energy since adding the vitamin D.
Good. Yeah.
So then I also have to take supplements to heart medication. It's very hard on your body, and you have to take supplements to regulate your systems because you can pick up headaches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Aches in the joints and stuff like that. So I have to take like acetaminophen and stuff like that to combat those. Single bull for the win. Bullseye.
Look at that. They're just walking through this second match or this what could be the final match. Yeah, they're just walking.
Tyler. Right, one leg in. If they win this leg here, we are over.
Yeah, they got to hold this flow.
Ryan, Shannon, and Todd have got to get this leg. Of course, this match decider. Todd did the same thing that we've seen Tommy do, opened up on the 20s.
Oh, that was Dan. Dan Arrowwood did that. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah. I thought I saw a Trip 20 pop up there.
And just like that, Todd comes back with the 150. Lynette got a lot to work here.
Yeah, that was the best you can ask for from Todd.
Ryan Cook to the bull, unable to get the first two to score. Let's grab it on the third one. Tyler Arrowwood, 503, playing 478. It's going to have to mark at least a low ton.
There's half of it. One more would be good. And I cursed them.
And I didn't say anything, but we did mark the bull. 408 plays 429.
See,
Dan
you're
Arrowwood
playing it
open-
safe.
I
You're
was
trying not
playing
to
it
curse
safe.
anyone.
Dan opened up the first leg with just 86. Looks to go bull this round.
One more. Get in there, Dan. Oh.
And another hat trick out of Todd to put his team out in front with 258.
He's shooting perfect this game.
Lynette back at 364. Got to have a couple bulls fall in. Not going to happen. Brian Cook could really send his team to the win by getting to the out after this turn.
And there it is.
There's
First
there's
shot at the out. Oops, sorry.
There's another low ton.
Just unfortunate on the fallouts, with the single digit fallouts. That is a killer. Oh,
I've loved to see her throw that trip 16 for the win.
I know, right?
267, play 79. Gotta have something huge here. Gotta have a low
Get
ton.
down to that out. One more.
Oh, did he try to mark the bull?
I maybe would have even dropped down to the 17 on that one. Going for the trip 17.
79.
Still got it. Still got it.
Leaves 30. They will return. Lynette needs something here to get her team an opportunity in case there's a miss on that 30.
And that is a great
round.
shot. That is a huge round. You never know. I mean, a bust or anything. That's it. There you go. Play that inside ring. Oh,
And he just pulls it.
wow. You got Tyler.
72 goes. We go to the late decider.
Inside ring. Play that single. No.
And just pulls it to the inside to leave 11. 13 points, all that separates the win.
One dart, and there it is.
Congratulations.
Wow. That
Brian
was...
Cook, Todd Ampton, and Shannon Mingland for the win on Division 11.
Wow. As big of a lead as they had, it still ended up being a close game.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. We know how that works on that closing match. Is one low, one wrong turn, and then those two big hat tricks were huge.
Yep. And
Yep,
go ahead.
As I say, and then the Lynette made it interesting by hitting that big low ton to leave her team on 72, but they didn't prevail by hitting the 13 out.
Yep, and that's what I was looking at. Like even Tyler came up and hit that bull to leave himself 22, and going the double, you got to play that inside ring with the open in, open out format. If you keep it inside there and hit the single, then that gives you 2 singles for the out, and I think that could have made the difference.
Guys, you guys are talking about darts. Zyla must have hit a good shot over there. She looked right into the camera after hitting something. What'd she hit?
Yeah, she's looking at me. She hit her 41. Double. Yeah, she's playing 41. She hit the 41 on her first 2 darts.
I just love the like you guys are talking serious and she just dead-eyed the camera, by the way.
Yeah, dude. You know what's funny? She doesn't even know that everybody could see her right now. That's why she's so comfortable. I know. Oh, you do know now.
Yeah, no, I looked on your phone.
Oh yeah, you can see it on my phone. That's right.
Did you tell her there's 65,000 people watching?
Yeah, there's 65,000 people watching. Now they wave to everyone. Say hi to each and every one of them by name. You can go shoot. Go ahead.
No, is there actually 65?
No, she's asking, is there actually 65,000 people watching?
Close. There's 65 people here.
Yeah, 65 people. That's
any final words for our All-Star trips? First one of the new PPD season.
I'm going to say it's a good way to start off. Can't wait to do the TOC. I want to give a big shout out to Mr. Steve Hilger, a.k.a. Porky, for giving me the insight of his life and food. But more than anything, is his vast knowledge of the game is incredible. It is nice to sit back and watch you call out matches and what you should do and how you work with your team. It's great. It's awesome.
Yeah, and how many times I'm wrong because I got to figure. Yeah, I see the thing come up on there. You know what? You're right, because I think I might be running behind to even get to the blind draw that I wanted to do tonight. So that's what makes me happy. Sometimes I'm happy. I'm like, good. Now I get to sleep and just chill out, So, but knowing her, she's gonna want to play. What do you want to play? Soft tip or steel tip? Soft tip? Okay. So we're going to play some soft tip tonight and just hang out at the house. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's so different. Like it's a learning experience for me too, because I get to see like how I think as opposed to like a lower level player thinks and why they take the shots that they do. That's just something that I could always build on. And when I'm helping other lower shooters here in the local area, that gives me something to tell them, and to help them out. So yeah, it's learning you never stop learning in this game, no matter how long you've been playing. So it's good. I love it.
Any last words, Nick?
Guys, I'm going to go make some dinner.
So with that,
do the walking taco. I know you're hungry.
I was going to say, and with that, everyone, go get something to eat. Think of Porky's choices for what you're going to have tonight. It is not Taco Tuesday. It is Super Saturday in a couple weeks.
Hey.
So it's called the TOC. So please be tuning in live to watch us for a week-long action of the TOC. I'm Mr. Ryan Muniam. We have Nick Teixeira and then a.k.a. Steve Hilger.
Porky.
Yes, have a good night,
we'll
guys.
see you guys in a couple weeks out there in Kansas.